the channel for games, guides, and glitches. If you're a developer or publisher, feel free to contact me at the email, and to my regular viewers, please remember to subscribe, it really helps me out. Sunfall here with the guide for Magical Delicacy. So to begin with, you want to go into the settings, and there is actually a few options you can fiddle with if you like, or you can just leave them. I'm going to turn on the options that are helpful, and you can copy me if you like, then we can begin the game. So now we can begin the game. We just have to hit A couple of times to get through some text at the start of the game to actually start it. I've left the tutorials on, but I will be clicking through them pretty fast. But hopefully they're up long enough for you to catch what to do. So we want to drop down here to break some vases. This will get us our first beads. Beads are currency in this game. And at the beginning of the game we won't have much currency, so we've got to watch what we spend. We also don't have much room, we'll be limited on our inventory, so we have to watch what we pick up. But if you follow along, we will get through the start part without too much trouble. So we want to chat to this frog who will take us to our new place. And upon entering, we can leave and head to the right. We can't jump up there yet, we need an ability, so ignore that top area there. And we want to drop down here by pushing down an A. And then we can do that again. Right here will be our red root, so in this game certain things grow and regrow. That will regrow eventually, but we don't need to repick it. And if we fall down here, this is the sewer system. Now you don't want to go into the next area. It doesn't matter if you do, because it just respawns the vases, but it's just easier if you don't. We want to collect the moonberries, which are here. And there's also some timber shade that grows over here. There is a glitch to make things respawn, which I will show later in the game. We don't really need to do it right now, but if you would like to know it before I show it, you just basically have to die in an area, or I wouldn't even call it dying, just respawn 3 times, and it usually brings things back. Sometimes it requires more depending on the game. So we want to grab the honey spark, the gold seed, and the braided wheat. We want to grab some rock salt. Rock salt's very important in this game for a lot of things, so we want to grab at least 4 of those, and grab some hazel. Then if you come to the right here, there'll be a recipe that we can pick up. And then we can leave the bakery. The bakery is going to be one of the main locations we go to a fair bit, so you want to memorize where it is. It's not too far from the shop, so it's pretty easy to get to. Break the vases to get the beads again. This is why we broke them before we went in, so that way we got more beads out of our thing. There's a hidden hidden vase right there that I just smashed. You want to hit X to open the door. This will be a recurring theme where you have to hit X on levers to open doors to get further. We want to head to the left here and break these vases. Then we want to jump up here and we want to talk to the princess. Accept her quest. This quest is the most important one at the start of the game because it will help with progression. We want to head to the right, and then we want to go up the elevator. In the beginning of the game we have to use these, and it's a bit slow, but eventually we'll get some power-ups that make it go faster to get up these. Right here is some vases you want to break when you visit. This shop isn't open right now. It's closed temporarily, as you can see, but it will be open later. This guy sells you recipes. Be careful when talking to him. We do have to talk to him for a mission. Not yet, but As you can see, he opens the inventory after a conversation, which if you're just hitting A, can lead to you buying recipes off him when you don't want to. We have to talk to this guy as well and get his mission. But we don't want to do his mission yet because once we progress further in the story, we can get better ingredients. So we want to talk to the navigator here. Skaule. I'm just going to refer to her as the navigator because her name I keep thinking is Coco and it's Skaule, and I don't want to say it wrong. So as you can see, she has a few items for sale. Don't buy anything until we meet her again, because when we meet her again, you're going to get the compass for free, and she'll also give you a dandelion. So we want to head to the left once we fall down. And then we want to go to the left here, and I'll show you that at the moment we're currently blocked. As you can see here, if you read that note, it says, you know, you need to gate pass, yada yada. So collect the moonberries. That's the reason we came here. We can head to the right. We can smash the vases. And then fall down and head to the left. This area, we can't go anywhere, but it has a timber shade. So that's what we came for. Then we can head back right. Timber shade is one of the most important mushrooms at the start of the game for quests, and then later in the game we move on to white long shoots. So we can smash the vases again and then head right. As you can see, we only have 77 beads on us, but as we progress we will get more and more money that we can buy more and more upgrades. Head into our shop and we're going to have a conversation with Hina. We can accept the quest from Hina. This is our garden, so we have to plant one of everything. So what I did is I show you what I plant, and even after we get the achievement for planting one of everything, I continue to show you what I plant just in case you want to follow along. This is why we bought one of everything from the bakery, because we can plant the braided wheat, the gold seed, the honey spark. Those three things will come in handy anyway, so you actually do want to plant them. The timber shade is another handy thing, and the horn pepper is also pretty handy. It can be used for a couple of missions. So you just want to begin planting the things in our inventory. The all-port plum and the all-port squash can be bought from a merchant. When we do see that merchant, don't accept his quest. If you do accept his quest, he moves to the dock, and then when he moves to the dock, if you complete his next quest, he disappears and all his items go to different merchants, and it's easier to keep him around so we don't have to go to all kinds of different merchants. If you go to the sink, you can grab some water and you can water the plants like so. I don't particularly find this necessary because if you wait till it rains, it happens. You have to do the same for when you're making a recipe, so you go to the sink and you put water in the pot. So the first recipe we're going to make is a stew for Hina. So you want some pine needles, which is a spice, a bitter spice, but who cares? She didn't give us any requirements except for avoiding spicy. And then you want to throw some timber shade and some moonberries. I haven't fast forwarded when I make something with the pot because it doesn't take too long. The items I fast forwarded through were the cauldron, the dehydrator, the juicer, and the kettle are what we fast forwarded through. But that gets you some bitter boiled mushrooms, which fits her request because they're not spicy. So we can deliver that to her right now since she's already here. Hit X once you've hit the item, so this will deliver it, and we get 96 beads for that, so that's quite generous considering what we made. Sometimes you need to ask questions in the game. Certain questions will get you certain quests. I'll mention later on these actions. For now we want to head right once we can leave the shop to get the vase, and then we're going to head left. You'll see me do that often where I'll head one direction and then turn back. All I'm doing is smashing some vases. I do recommend you copy that just so that you get some money too. It doesn't always guarantee that you'll get beads smashing vases, but it's still a good way to make some currency while you're traveling. Now we want to head here, which is the blacksmith. We have 185 beads, so we have enough to buy both the items we need. We want the cutting board and the mortar and pestle. There's 60 and 40 beads. Now we can head back to the shop. Don't forget to break this vase. And I'll show you. I was checking if Hina wanted to talk because she has a lot of quests. The yellow thing annoys me with Hina, so I usually get rid of it. But we want to go up here and we want to edit to the left here, and this is what we'll be using for a long time because I don't upgrade. I'd prefer us to buy the equipment and just swap it out over upgrading, since upgrading costs a lot to make more room for the stuff, and it's just as easy to swap out. So you want to get some hazel and put it in the mortar and pestle, and then we want to grind it up. This will get us hazel flour. And we can put the hazel flour into the moonberries, and this will make us a sweet treat that includes a ground object which will fit the princess's requirements. And as you can see, it's a 1.5 star sweet treat, but she didn't ask for anything of quality, so it's good enough for us. So now we can leave with that. Heading left, so that way we can break these vases to get a little bit more income, while also jumping up here so that we can hand over the request. This will get us the pass that we're after. And she also gives us 100 beads, so that was generous of her. We currently can't talk to her bodyguard, but we will soon. But first we want to go into the catacomb and then out. This marks the catacombs, so that way when we get a marker bundle we could use it to find all the catacombs we come across, though I do memorize where they are, so it's not actually necessary, but I still include it in case that's the way you want to do it. So once we head to the left here, we'll get a cutscene. You want to fall to the left and then the right, and right here is some fake up. Fake up's another important mushroom. It's very savory. We'll run into the second witch and she will give us an egg. She'll also give us a featherweight pendant, which allows us to now double jump, which is going to be super handy for progression. So we can head back the way we came. And you want to head to the left once you get up to the top. fall down here and collect the trinket box, and then fall down again. Then we just have to climb back up. And now we can fully head to the left. So in this area, we want to head to the left and fall down. Right here is another catacomb. Go inside and then leave. Don't forget to break the vases. Then we can head to the right, and then we can climb up this small platform section. We do have to wait for a platform to come down. Thankfully mine came down at the right time, so I didn't have to wait too long. And then we can head to the left, carefully jumping from platform to platform, heading slowly up till we can go right. Now we want to head up and to the left. Then we can drop down, and we can hit a switch to open a door, and that'll let us go that way if we want to next time we come around. Right here is the merchant I was talking about, and like I said, you don't want to talk to him. If you do talk to him, ignore the quest, because he keeps Semborn kernels, melons, rice, the squash, plum, so some very handy ingredients. Talk to this lady here and accept her quest. Then we want to grab the onion here and then jump up, and behind this security guard is a vase that we can break, and over here is some more vases we can break. You want to jump across these platforms rather than take the lift because it's faster, and we can slowly climb up this watchtower, I'm going to call it. And there's the navigator again, so we want to chat to her. Like I said, when we chat to her the second time, she's going to give us the compass. So we saved ourselves 20 beads, and if we talk to her again, she's going to give us a dandelion. Dandelions are also very handy for a couple of recipes. As you can see, she has 2 other things, but we don't need them, so don't buy them, save your money. We will buy them later because we do need everything, but they're not handy right now. So you want to jump up and to the left, and then in this area we want to jump up. Then we want to jump up here. And to our right will be a Fae. We can chat to the Fae, and then after the conversation we can get the Fae cap. Don't fall down like I do. I'm gonna fall down to show you that the door is locked after I grab the Fae cap, just because I want to show you that right here we can't go because the door is closed. We will actually want to go up like so, so now you can follow along. So right up here will be sometimes a flower and sometimes not. We can't pick it up because we don't have gloves. Gloves aren't important yet, so that's why I'm not buying them. They cost 200 beads, but right here is a mud shell and we can pick that up. Mud shells are something we will be using, so they're a good resource as well. And then we want to climb up here. Now that we've climbed all this way, we can go inside this hut, which happens to be the witch we just chatted to, the one that gave us the egg. Jump over here and grab the recipe for the moon burger, and then we can chat to this witch. Chat to her again, and she'll give us a quest, which we want to accept. This is another progression related quest, so it's very important. You can ask about the cauldron, and this is good because it'll let us ask it in the blacksmith, and then we can view her shop. As you can see at the moment, she's got items in the shop, but they're very expensive, so I wouldn't recommend buying anything yet. We will be coming back. There's a trinket box here with a piece of information, so collect that on your way out. When we go down here, there's going to be an area that I'll point out once we collect the vases. Make sure to destroy the vases. So when we go to the left here, this spot, it's going to fall down, as you can see. And when we fall down, we're going to land near a light source, so you want to grab it. This will light up catacombs and stuff like that now for us, so we're not traversing them in the dark. Just make your way through the platform section to get to the door, collect the vase, and then go into the door. Then we can smash the vases we did, hit the switch, and then we can collect the trinket box. It won't break this time. And then we can head to the left. So when we get to out here, we want to fall to the right. Don't go too far right because you'll hit it, and don't go too far to the left because you'll miss it. But you want to land here and get the Emperor's Bloom. It's not the only place it spawns, but at the current time, this is where we can this is the only spot we can get it. We want to fall down and head to the left, and then in this area we want to fall to the left of this platform to land here to get this trinket box, and then we want to jump up to these platforms and jump to the right. I got lucky and the platform that raises up and down was already up, so I didn't have to go far. Grabbing this trinket box gives us the mist tincture recipe. Here you want to fall down to grab some vases. This will give you some extra beads. And since you're already in the area, that's why I recommend doing it. It's not like we're wasting any extra time. We want to go up these stairs and up this section here to the right. And jump over these and head to the right. So in this section here, we can't, unless it's midnight, go any further. So make sure it's midnight, because if you go to the left here, as you can see, we can't jump up here. But because it's midnight still for me, we can continue up these and onto these blue platforms. These blue platforms only appear at midnight. So you want to jump to the right here and grab the ground sprouts and smash the vases. And then you want to come to the left. This brings us to a new section. There's some ground sprouts there, but we don't need them. Jump up here and grab the vases to the left here, and then fall down here. This is another trinket box, which gives us 2 trinkets and a fruit crumble recipe. Right here is another merchant. This merchant is very handy. He will be the vegetable merchant. As you can see, he sells vegetables. We won't worry about that right now, because like I said, limited inventory, limited money, but there is something we do want to spend, and we need at least 200 beads for. So you want to go into this building, which is the town hall, and when it lets me up the stairs, and you want to chat to this frog. If you remember, this is the frog that let us rent out the house we're currently at, and we want the elevator pass. So once you buy the elevator pass, we can go down the elevator now, and this will save us a lot of time with progression, because we don't have to wait till midnight to get to this area. Want to jump over here where there's some more red root, and then we can fall down here and smash this vase before we leave to the right. So we want to fall down here. Right here is a snail nut, but just leave it for now. And we can smash a couple of vases before we head back to where we're actually going to fall down, which is the left here, and head to the right. So this area here is another area that can only be accessed at night if we want to get up to the certain spots. But because I went this way, we can access it right now to get back home. Grab the trinket box to get some feathers, and then we can fall down. Right here is a vine. I'll show you later how to get rid of those so that we can progress from those. And as you can see, right here is all the platforms. There's some more ground sprouts there, but we don't need them again, so leave them. Collect the vase and then head inside the shop. We'll immediately have a conversation with Hina about the egg. Now that we've had our conversation with her, we can leave. We want to head to the left. And then we want to jump up. And we're going to chat to the bodyguard next to the princess. She's going to give us a quest, which we accept. And as you can see, we can go into the catacomb, and then we can leave. And this will bring those vases back so we can destroy them before we continue on. As you can see, the merchant is above us. That's why I don't recommend doing his quest, because he's in a very convenient location. We want to head to the right though, because we're going to the bakery area. Don't forget to fall down into the sewer and collect the vases that are here. Once we go into the bakery, we'll be able to collect a couple of ingredients. Because we don't have enough right now, we want to buy some breaded wheat. You can also talk to the baker. And she will give us the inventory tracker, which is very handy. And then we can buy some more rock salt while we're here. I would also recommend some honey spark sugar. I'm pretty sure I come back for that. But if you don't want to do it and you want to come back like me so you get some extra gems, then by all means follow along. So we want to head to the left again to get these vases. And then into the catacombs so they reappear and we can get them again. Like I said, the progression is a little bit slow at the start because we are not flush with cash. So we have to grind a little bit. But it's not a big hassle because we're doing it as we're going along. Remembering to smash the vase that is there to sometimes get a couple of extra beads before we head inside. So we have a couple of quests, as you can see, and Hina's going to give us another quest. So with the quest from Hina, you can ask some questions if you want, or we can just continue on and leave. Head to the right. And then we can fall down here. And then we can head into the bakery. And like I said, I forgot to get some honey spark. So that's what I'm here for. But it gives me a chance to grab some extra beads from some of the vases, so no complaints. Head to the left. Oh wait, we can smash those vases. Then we can head back right and we can head up to the shop. So now we can start making some recipes. We want to go to the pestle and mortar and we want to take the honey spark and we want to grind that down into sugar. Once we've got our honey spark sugar, we want to head down, grab some water, put it into the pot, and then we want to put the honey spark sugar in and a red root. This will make the sweet treat that Hina wants. It's not actually a dessert though, but it meets the requirements, so that's why we're doing it. As you can see, it's a vegetable pasta, but it's a nice sweet vegetable pasta, which is what she wants, something sweet. Once we hand this to her, that will complete that quest and unlock the walk-up window. The walk-up window allows us to sell items. We won't be selling anything for pretty much till the end of the game, so don't worry about the walk-up window. We can now head out and to the left, and then to the left again. Break the vases, and then back to the right. Then we can go into the blacksmiths, where the blacksmith will be having a conversation with someone. We want to buy the oven. One of the most important items. The oven is useful for roasting things, making things like bread, and then also for recipes. So it's something important we want to buy. So what you can do is you can put the oven here, and then when you get the other item you can put it to the left, but I like to put the oven here normally and then the other item here. But for now, since we don't have that item that I'm talking about, which is the cauldron, I'm just going to put those two items there and move them later. I prefer to have the stove on the right, then the cauldron, then the item on the left. But now we want to go to the pestle and mortar, and we want to grind down some braided wheat. Because now that we have the oven, we can actually make some bread. So we want some wheat flour. Then we want to head down to our oven, and we want to put in the wheat flour and rock salt. This will make us some bread. It will be handy for a few recipes. For example, the thinking of others requires us to make 2 breads because we need to make baked goods. We'll be making one for this quest right now, and we'll be using one of the ones we're going to make for another quest, and then we'll make another for this quest and come back to it. I just wanted to show you how to make bread, and wanted to show you an example of a quest that needs it. So we can make our second bread. Wheat flour and rock salt. This is why I said rock salt's kind of important, but don't go overboard and buy heaps. You want to try and limit it to what I buy, so that way you don't have to waste money or inventory space, because that is limited at the moment. We will eventually fix that and cap our inventory to 80 over 40, and eventually we will get some storage devices which will make it even easier. But for now we want to focus on getting through some more recipes, some more orders I should say. So you want to roast a fake app, so put the fake app in the oven and then hit X. This will roast it. This is what I was talking about earlier. The oven can be used to roast things, including vegetables. You can come in handy for making some of the quest items we need to make, because they will require roasted items. Like the one on the left there requires a roasted item. So now with the roasted fake cap, we can put that in. Then we can throw in the bread and a mud shell. This will meet her requirements because we needed something handcrafted, an exotic item, and something roasted. So those 3 items will meet this requirement. I figured I'd take the quest off so that way you don't get confused which one I'm talking about. Once it's done, that will make us a nutty battered roasted fake cap, which fits the requirements for her. We can go and check on our garden, and as you can see, my garden's been ready to collect, so now I'm putting down some new items. Again, I recommend you copy what I put down. Once we unlock the achievement for all the items, then you could go ham and do whatever you want, but I still recommend following along. That's why I've included it. As you can see, some of the items we need to plant, like ground sprouts, are kind of silly. I didn't want to go too fast, so I went a bit slow with planting just so that it made it easier to follow along. Once everything's planted, we can continue on. We want to grind down the wheat. This is so we can make the bread. As you can see, we save a bit of money because we used our garden wheat over buying it from the bakery. You don't need the bread, that was an accidental click, but you do need the wheat flour and the rock salt. To make the bread. That's the recipe if you need to look at it. I don't show it all the time and I do apologize for that. I kind of forgot sometimes, but I try my best to show the recipe afterwards, like so, when I make the things, so that way you can see what was used. Now with the bread we can go upstairs and we can make some sandwiches at the cutting board. So you want to hit onto the bread. And then if you don't want to use your timber shades, you can do rock salt. That is an option. And that'll make you a salty sandwich. But we're going to use timber shade. And that makes a mushroom canopy. Nice simple recipe. Remember, we want 2 of them, that's why we're doing it again. With this quest, we have to go to a shop to get a specific item. I did actually make the recipe wrong, and later on I fixed it, but to save you guys time and trouble, I do include the fixed recipe over my accidental one. All I did was miss including one item to make it earthy, and I didn't realize until it was too late. So I hand that one over later, but you will be able to hand it over at the right time. So you want some jade moss, you want some timber shade, and you want a wild vine. The reason for this is that 2 of the items are plantable, and the jade moss we can use for the recipe. So we can plant those 2 items later. Don't forget to smash the vase before we go inside. So here we can make the recipe, which requires the jade moss and the timber shade. And this will give you a mushroom salad and should be your 10th item, giving you an achievement for crafting 10 meals or cooking 10 meals. As you can see, that's the one I stuffed up on, and the one I didn't stuff up on is the one down below. You can chat to this guy if you like. It's a non-starter conversation really, because he doesn't give us a lot of information. And then we can deliver the mushroom canopies to Amara. This will complete that quest. We can head into the catacomb to respawn the vases and collect the vases again. Smashing the 2 vases there as we continue left. Now we can use our elevator pass to go up the elevator. Like I said, this saves us a lot of time, so that's why we bought it. Falling down here to collect the vase, and to the right here to get the other one. Then we want to head to the left. And right here is the Frog Princess Merchant. She's actually very handy with some of the items she has. And we will be buying them once the conversation's over. So you want to buy one of the marines, the horizon plum, and all the apples. Apples are very handy, so that's why we're buying those for future recipes. The horizon plum she only sells 1 of at a day, so you have to wait for a restock if you use it. Again, we want to smash some vases. to the right here, and we can fall down. If you're careful, you can jump and land here, and this will actually let us go over to this area, and we can collect the canyon grapes. There's also a flower that spawns here. Currently we couldn't get it if it does spawn because we don't have the gloves, but what we want is over here the trinket box. So this has pickled petals in it. It's an item you want to hold onto because pickled petals is going to save us a lot of time for one of the quests, because we won't need to make an item, we can just use that. So make sure you hold on to the pickled petals and don't use them. You want to head to the left and fall down and grab this trinket box, and then we can head to the left again. Again, fall down to grab some vases, and then just jump up and continue left. So we're going to head up the platforms and head to the left. Once we're in the Western Plaza, we can head to the left once we climb up and chat to our friend here. Like I said, you got to be careful because he will open the inventory, as you can see here, and I almost purchased something because rather than be on cancel, it stays on purchase. And here's where you can hand in the recipe with the jade moss and the timber shade. As you can see, I couldn't handle it in because I didn't put 2 timber shades, but I wanted to include it so that you guys could hand it in. We want to talk to Amara here. Collecting the vases. We want to talk to this princess here. This is the sister of the other princess. She will give us a quest, which we will happily accept. We want to make our way to the witch, but before we do, check if any of the things have respawned. The fake app had not, so I continued on, and neither did the mud shell, but we can destroy these vases to get some beads. And we can climb up and head to the witch. This is where we can hand in the recipe that we made for her, and this will help us with progression of the game. You want to hand over the nutty battered roasted fake app, and she will actually pay a fair bit for it, which is handy because we need some money. As you can see here, she gives us the Sheena pendant. We also get the Sheena color palette. So now we have a new ability, and we also get an achievement, so yay. And with this ability we can charge up and do a long jump like so. And you want to make your way across these platforms. Once you do that, be careful not to fall down. And once you do, you want to head left. We will unlock a portal, and that is fast travel, so that's great. But we want to hit that switch. Then we want to head to the shop from the fast travel portal. As you can see, we also got a couple of items from her when we climbed up to the thing. Those will come in handy later. When we head into the shop, the dragon and Hina will be having a conversation because, as you can see, it's hatched. Now we can leave, and that'll also give us another conversation, and this guy again will be bugging us. Then we can head back inside once we've talked to him. And we can chat with Hina. I got lucky and she spawned right near the door, so that was cool. And we can accept her new quest. And she'll want us to make her cook sludge. That counts as a failed meal, by the way. We have to fail 5 meals, but I can include that later on. So we want to fast travel using the fountain back to the witch. And again, I thought I hit the switch. I was not having a good day. We want to talk to the witch. She'll give us a quest, and we want to talk to her again, and then we want to hit ask, and ask about the so because I didn't hit the switch, I can't use the elevator, so I have to do it the slow way, which is climbing the platforms. But I think it takes just about the same amount of time, to be honest. The platforms are pretty slow. It could have been cool if in the accessibility features they had have added faster moving platforms. So we want to use the fountain and travel back to our little shop and then head left. We want to head into the blacksmith, and then we want to chat to the blacksmith and ask them about the cauldron. And then we want to buy the cauldron. Then we want to head to the left. Then we want to fall down and go left again. Jump up. Fall down. And the mud shell has returned, so we can collect that. So we get a new quest from the frog. Break the vase that's there, and then head down the stairs and to the right. In this area here, we want to fall down to break some more vases, and then jump across, jump up to the top area to get some vases and a trinket box. Then we can head to the right. In this area, we will find the princess, so we can chat to her. We want to head over to the right here and smash a couple more vases in this area, and then head back to the left and go into the shop. Then we want to chat to the shopkeeper. We want to buy some amber algae. Then we want to head left, again smashing the vases in this area. The timber shade here is respawned, so we want to collect that. Then we can head to the left here and talk to the merchant, and we can trade with him, and we can buy some Semborn kernel. Then we can fall down and smash these vases, and then continue back to the right. Once we head in the shop, we gotta move some things around so that we can fit the cauldron in. But before we do that, grind the Semborn kernel with the mortar. That'll get you a ground kernel. Put the ground kernel in the oven. Then you want Emperor's Bloom. When I can find it. There it is. Put those two items together. This will get you fragrant oil. This will be handy for something we're going to make in the future. Then we can leave. Head to the right. Now that it's nighttime, we can head up. Again, that's another flower we can't collect until we get the gloves, but it's no worry because we don't need it right now. And we want to head to the left. Pick up the snail nut. As you can see, the snail nut is a where is it? There it is. As you can see, it's a foul rare nut, so you don't really need to use it often, but we do need it for one thing. And we want the flatworm here. Flatworm is very handy, but I'm going to show you a location later where we can gain 3 of them at a time rather than just one. So you want to head to the left here, to the upper market. Don't forget to break the vases. And we're going to fall down here to get the dandelion and also talk to the navigator. You'll notice that there's a vine here. We're going to get around that vine without destroying it just to save ourselves some time, but that's not till later. So we want to climb back up now that we've gotten the dandelion. We want a second dandelion, so I am going to show you a location for that, but I've had to cut because the pathing I took was for more ingredients and I didn't get any, so I didn't feel it was necessary to waste your time watching me go to different areas and be unsuccessful. Rather, I created a cut so that way we can go straight to the next dandelion. so ignore the fact that it's daytime. But collect some vases in this area. And then head to the right. Take the elevator down. Then you can fall down here, collect some more vases, fall down again, collect these vases, fall down one more time, and now I'm in the area we need to be. So as you can see, I've gone back to the original footage, and we can head towards the area once we smash some more vases for the dandelion. Which is right here. We can go further into the area to get some coast poppies, but we don't want to do that yet. We will come back to this area later for those, because like I said, we've got limited inventory space, so we have to be careful with what we pick up at the moment. That random tent thing, don't worry about going into that. Not yet. We will be going into it later, but it's a random spawn each night. So you could see it when we can't do anything with it, sadly. So what we want to do now is get the cauldron out. It should still be night for time for you because I saved you the pathing time. That's another reason why I made the cut, because I didn't want to waste your precious night. Because we can only make these during the night time with the cauldron. So you want to get some water and ignore what I'm doing here. I wanted to put it in the oven and didn't realize that was in the oven. So you want to roast a fee cap. You should still have some from when we picked them up earlier, because we only used one. So we need to add water to the cauldron every time we make a potion, so put some water into the cauldron, and then we can start adding the items. So you want to add the roasted fee cap, the dandelion that we picked up, and the rock salt. Then you can put that together. Then we want to go up to the pestle mortar while that is making and grind down some honey spark. If you have wheat, you can grind down wheat. It's not limited to honey spark, it's just that that's all I had on me. This will get you the ember tincture, and now we can put in some water and make the next one. So for the next one we need the honey spark sugar, the fragrant oil, the amber algae, and the dandelion. Again, I've sped up this one. I didn't speed up the last one because I had to tell you about grinding the item, but I sped up this one, and this is what I've done in all future edits of using the cauldron. I've sped it up by 2. I figured that was fast enough for you. I apologize if it's not fast enough. But once that's cooked, We will have ourselves a mist tincture, and with that we can leave, and we can take advantage of the nighttime if it's still nighttime for you, and head to the right. If not, take the elevator way instead. Ignore the lady on the left, and we want to just continue up. Once we get on this platform, we can head to the left. Smash the vases, and then head to the right. Then we can go up here, head to the left, climb up, and then head to the right. So in this area we're going to go up here and grab one of the white long shoots. These will come in very handy later on in the game. So we can put the mist tincture in this spot and use X. And then we can put the ember one in this spot and use X. This will make a pathway appear, and now we can progress a little bit further into the game. Collect the trinket box, and then we can continue on. We want to fall down here so we can get some mud shell, and so that we can also smash those vases. We want to climb up here, and I will show you a little bit later where the cloudberries will be spawning. Can't pick them up just yet because we don't have gloves, but like I said, that's not necessary. We can do that later. But we do want this mud shell here. Then when we fall down, just be very careful. And we want to get this tincture box. Trinket box, sorry. I was thinking of the potions, that's why I said tincture. You want to hit this bell to make things spawn. And as you can see, the cloudberries have spawned. Of course, you don't need to make them spawn because we can't pick them up, but I wanted to show you where they were. Quite a handy item. So we want to fall down. And then we want to head to the right. And hit the switch before we head right. Fall down here because we can get a vase. It's just under this platform. And then we can jump up and to the right. Head right here. And before we go inside the building, there's 2 Glisterbergs we can pick up. So grab them both. Then we want to go inside the building. And we can have a conversation with the lady here. She's going to give us a new ability. And it's going to help us progress a little bit further. And then there's one more thing we need to get. And then we'll have all the abilities in the game. So you want to head to the right, and we want to fall down in a little hidden section in the house now. You can feel free to ask questions if you want. Push RB and you'll turn into a cat, and we can head to the left, grab the trinket box, and grab RB and hit to the right. I wanted to show you how to turn into a cat before she does, because it's going to be very useful. She'll tell you all about it, and the tutorial will pop up on how to do it. This also gets us an achievement, but right here we can hit it, for example, and then we can jump up here. The best part about this is that we also unlock a second fast travel system, which is the crow statues, or the crow altar as it's called. But we want to have a conversation with her, and then we want to head left. We want to jump up, smash the vase on the left, and then head right. Then we want to climb up, head to the left, climb up again, and there's a platform here we want to get to. If you can make it in time, you can actually do what I did. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for it to go back up. There's a crescent shell here. There's 2 locations that it spawns, and you can also buy them from her. And up here is a trinket box with some trinkets actually in it. Then we can turn into a cat and go this way. We want to fall down and to the left. Right here is a catacomb, so hit the switch and go into the catacomb. Then we can leave the catacomb and we can climb back up. The reason we go into the catacombs again is to mark them more than anything. We will go spelunking a later time, so go into the elevator and go right and then left to get some more vases and beads. And then we want to use our power to climb up here, fall down here to get another trinket box. This gets you the thread of spatiality, which is a very handy item, which we will be equipping when we get back, if it's not already equipped. Grab the tinland soup recipe and then chat to this fella here. He actually will want us to make him some tinland soup, so it's handy that we found the recipe. From here we can go up this tower, and you can see there's a crow altar here. From this crow altar we can use it and head back to the shop. You can also head to other locations, as you can see, but we want to head to the shop at the moment. Head right to smash the vase and then head left. Just looking at what requirements are needed to make sure I've got everything. And I do not, so we're going to head right. As you can see, because it's daytime, I can't use this pathway. It really does bug me that it was only accessible during the night, but it is what it is. We can go somewhere else to get what we need. So you want to fall down here, and we can go into a new area we haven't explored yet. So if you head to the right here, we can use that power to raise ourselves up and pass that barrier there. And then we can head to the right here. And right here will be some angel feet we can pick up. Angel feet will be handy. There is a better spot to get some angel feet, but for now we're just going to get it from here. You can also break some vases here while we're at it. That door we will be not touching at all. We can get around it without having to open it, so it saves us making a potion to destroy some vines, which saves us some time. Fall down here to get the vases and then head to the right. Now we're in the sewer for the first time, so grab the trinket box and then we can jump up and fall down. Head to the left to grab the vase and some beads, and then head back right, turn into the cat, then jump up onto this and follow this platform section upwards. You'll see a white long chute and a lever. Grab the white long chute and hit the lever, then fall down to the left where we just turned into a cat. Do it again and head to the left. Smash the vase and head to the right. Grab the trinket box and smash the vase and then fall down. Now we can head right and smash some more vases. There's also some up here as well. They have a lot of beads in them, so it's actually really good to smash them all. Some of them contain nothing like they always do, but you want to head to the right once you drop down and grab this white long chute. And then we can head left here. Be careful not to fall down into the abyss there. You will respawn, so it's not a big deal, but just be careful of it. We want to head to the left, and we can smash the vases there, and we can continue left. We want to climb up here. Head to the left again, like I said. But before you do, grab these vases here, since we're already here. And then we can continue left. We're going to go to the area with the poppy, as I said, from the dandelion spot. We wanted to pick these up, but we wanted to wait till we were further into the game to get them. So we'll be able to pick up a coast poppy, a faded crown, and a second coast poppy. But the other things that are here is the navigator. So once we grab the faded crown, if you continue left, you'll see the navigator. Want to chat to her. And then if we head left, there'll be another coast poppy, and there'll also be a trinket box. It's hard to see in the fog, but it's right there. This gives us 2 more trinkets. I will say, while you're playing, if you do come across the RNG random tent you saw earlier, now you can go in it, and immediately, if you do find it early, buy the markers that mark it, so that way you can find it every time. Because it might be nighttime for you and you might see it. And so, at the moment you can buy that. Now that we've progressed far enough. Just because it's an RNG element, I figured I'd mention it. Because when I get it, it might be different to when you get it. And I don't want you to miss out on having the markers that pretty much mark it on the map where it is. So we want to head to the right. And we want to go to the altar. And then we can fast travel to this location. And this is where the moorberry plant will spawn. But like I said, we don't have the gloves, so it's a non-issue. But now that we have the charge up ability, we don't have to worry about it being nighttime to go this way. We can charge up while we're standing here and make it up the top like so. Want to head to the right, and then we can fall down, collect the vases, and then we can fall down to this section. We turn into a cat, and then we can continue through here. Using the charge up ability, we can reach this trinket box, which will give us the swift bracelet, and then we can fall down here. That fountain can't be activated as a fast travel, but this one over here can. And this bypasses the door, so we don't have to use the potion to destroy the vase. We can get an onion down here as well. Just to get back into this section, we have to rely on the fast travel, and that's all. Which is not a non-issue because it's easier to fast travel anyway. Next location we want to go to is back to our bakery. Here I had some conversations with Hedgie. I don't think they're necessary, but I figured I'd include them anyway. And I went and checked in on the garden, and as you can see, everything has grown. So I started placing down other items instead. And like I said before, I'll include what I plant so that way you guys can see it. You can also use the water. I showed it to water the plants, but you can also use the water to water the hole before you plant. And then when you plant, like I said, you'll want to plant certain things, like the angel feet isn't something we planted yet, so you want to plant that. Timber moss is something we need to plant. Wild vine is something we need to plant. Once you get the achievement for planting everything though, you don't have to copy me if you don't want. And with some of the things I'll plant, you can tell that they're doubles of what we've already planted. So you can pick something else if you choose to. Since it's midnight, we're going to go do something else. We can take the fountain to the newly located fountain that we got. This will help us with fast traveling to the location we need to get to and save us a little bit of trouble from walking around. Once we're in this area, we want to go to the right. These platforms only appear at night. This is why we had to wait till night. Can't go up this way until it's nighttime. Once we're here, we want to go up. And then right here is a moving platform, so you just want to keep launching yourself up until the moving platform shows up, and then you want to land on the moving platform. And you want to turn into the kitty cat, and then you want to go up this platform. Again, these items we can't grab, so that's why I'm ignoring them. We want to go up here and to the right. Now we're at the old ramparts, so we want to go up and to the left. As you can see, there's some cute goats, but we want to climb this mountain. Grab the moonberries. And then we can talk to the person here. So once we've had our conversation with her and gotten our quest, we can move on. We want to slowly climb up here where we will get another fast travel from the crown, but we'll also have the navigator to talk to. She will also give us a quest. You want to fall down here. We've got some things to collect. We will be coming back to this spot though. So you want the lizard's cone, and then on your right here there's an onion. We have to climb back up to a degree though to get out because that door's locked. So head left here as a cat and you'll fall through, and then we can unlock that door. You want to drop down. To our right is a cave, but we can't go in because there's a vine blocking it. I'll show you a little bit later. Grab the garlic because we have to go back up now. As you can see, that's the catacomb with the vine in front, but for now focus on climbing back up to the top. We want to head to the right, past the lady we chatted to. We're going to head to the other side of this area now. It's a pretty big area. On our way right, we'll get some faded crowns here in the pond, so pick them up. Go inside this shop. If you'll notice in this shop, the person there to talk to is the lady that was talking to the guy, or the lady at the blacksmith's. Be careful not to buy anything except for the tea when you do chat to her. We want all 5 of them because the tea can be very handy for future quests and for certain items. She'll tell us about getting the kettle, so we can finally unlock that, so now we can do tea related quests, which is great. We'll unlock another fast travel point, and right here we want to jump up, and then we want to use the power to jump up further and keep doing that till we get over this cliff. When we fall down, to our left will be a dragon lily, so we want to get that quickly. Then we want to drop down, turn to the cat form and head left, and then head left again, collect the Fae cap, then talk to the Fae. Then we can use the cat form again to get out of here. Interact with the tree and we get our final last power up of the game. So now we're fully powered and we can pretty much traverse any area that we need to using these abilities. For this one we'll be getting the broom, and the broom we can use like so to get across the area, which you have to do. Sometimes you'll spawn like that though and it won't continue the broom on, but it's fine because it'll put you where you need to be anyway. We want to climb up and head to the crow statue so that we can fast travel to the left of this one here. And then we can fall down and head to our left. We have to go to this spot during nighttime, so hopefully it's still nighttime for you. We're going to be getting another collectible out of the way, and the platforms only appear at night. You want to collect the canyon grapes before we fall down, because why not, they're right there. But then we want to fall down carefully onto the platforms. If you miss like so, you will respawn at the top. So you have to be very careful about doing it. grab the trinket box, which will get you the rapid bracelet. If you try to fall down to get back up to the top, it won't work. It will put you at that platform there, so you have to actually do the platforms again to get back up. Grab the Azura Velvet, which is right there, and then some more canyon grapes on your left here. Hold LT to use the broom to go to the next area. This next area we're not actually supposed to be in yet, so we've skipped ahead a little bit of the game, but that's okay. That's gonna help us do some quests and stuff much easier. Smash the vase here, then climb up the stairs and head left. Smashing the vases along the way. We will also reveal another fast travel point. This one's another fountain. Right here's a shop, but currently the person that's supposed to run the shop isn't there. So when we went in it, I don't know if it counted or not as a shop, because we didn't get that achievement till later. But grab the royal petals down here. Again, we haven't got the gloves, so don't worry about the thorny one there. And grab the emperor's bloom. There's a really good area in this area, but we have to remove some vines for that, so at the moment we can't go into that area. So for now we're going to go this way. We want to go back to the shop temporarily. I'm going to head in the shop, then leave immediately, so be aware of that. I was just checking on the garden, and mine hadn't matured, so I continued on. Take the fountain to the witch's hut. From here we can use the broom to go across and take ourselves to a new area. You have to be careful when spawning in. Sometimes it doesn't allow you to jump, so you have to wait till it does, and it locks you, which prevents you from doing anything. So when you fall down here, be very careful and fall to the left so that you don't fall and miss the platforms. There's a fountain as well that will unlock, and then if you hit RT and jump over here, there's a flatworm, and then this is the best spot for flatworms, because if you hit RT, two secret flatworms are also here, giving us 3 flatworms. There's also a trinket box. You'll see us visit this flatworm area a couple of times, because they do come in handy. So we want to hit RT and climb up here. There'll be a canyon berry to the left, but we don't need that. And then to our right will be a lizard's cone that we do need, so make sure to take the lizard's cone. And then we can head right. When we get into this next section, we want to fall down. And then we can grab the trinket box here. Don't worry about the flower. Hit RT as a cat, and then we'll be in a new area. When we fall down off this platform, head left, and you'll see the traveling merchant. We can talk to them and actually get a quest for once. Chat to the guy here, and he'll finally be useful. There's an item that we'll be picking up that he drops, which is a fish. Just like the pickled petals, you want to hold onto it. It'll become important later, and it'll save you trouble and money. So right here is a trinket box that he dropped, and in it is the river fish. Make sure to hold on to that item, just like the pickled petals. So we want to fall down here to a secret area, turn into the cat to make those jumps. I overshot the first attempt, but it happens. And then you can turn into a human to collect the trinket box, which will contain a color palette. We have to collect all color palettes in the game, and of course I include that with this 100% run. So we want to climb up now. And up again. We're going to head our way to the spice trader, one of the most important traders in the game, but unfortunately one of the most annoying locations in the game. But that's why we bought the elevator pass. We can now get up here much easier. So when we talk to her, she's going to give us some curry for free, which is great because we get a free spice that we don't have yet. We also want to buy the vigor bark. Smash the vases. Fall down to smash the vases here just because they respawn. And then we can head right. The stranger actually spawns here when it's nighttime. It's one of their spawn locations, just so you're aware. So we want to head across with the broom. And then we want to fall down. And then we want to head left with the broom. This will allow us to access another area, so now we could get this quest early, but I prefer just to go into this area to get a few things first, then actually get the quest. This guy here will give us a quest when we ask all the questions, so if you want to get the quest early, feel free. But as you can see, he sells a bunch of stuff, and eventually we will buy all that stuff. This is why I said we don't want to sell anything in the shop until the last part of the game, because we can get away with a lot more. And if you ask stuff, like I said, if you ask all the questions, he'll reward you with a quest. But for now, we're not worried about that. I don't want to put too many quests on us. So collect the trinket boxes. And that'll give us a few items. And then we can head out of the shop. When we do his quest, we're going to be making another item that won't be on a quest, but is part of a quest. It will be to save us some trouble and time. You want to hit the switch to make sure that door's open, and then you want to head back to the right from where we came using the broom. And you want to turn into a cat and then go into the next area. You want to be very careful not to fall off. As you can see, I almost did. Use the broom to go across. This will get you the trinket box, which has another palette color in it. And then we can fall down and head to the right. Break the vases here since the mud shell isn't back. We're not worried about that anyway. Jump up here. And now you'd think that the broom would be useful for this kind of area. And I'll show you in a minute why. Because I fell down. But as you can see here, if we go to use it, it doesn't work very efficiently. It would have been nice if it ignored stuff and we could just get off when we wanted to, but unfortunately we can't, so we've just got to jump across like normal. Turn into the cat and we will unlock another fast travel point, which is what we wanted and why we came here. You want to fall down now. And again, this is another thing we can't use the witches for, as you can see. There is a trinket box there, we will come back for it later. But I just wanted to show you that the witch's broom is pretty useless unless you're traversing without platforms. So we want to fall down and head to the right. So we want to head inside this catacomb. And we're going to attempt to finish it. I say attempt, but we're actually going to finish it. You want to jump to the right and then the left. You need to do a double jump in order to get up. And then we can proceed to jump over the platforms. And you want to jump down to this here. You might need to wait for it. You might not get lucky like I did where you could just jump across. But you go up here and there's a trinket box. And this has 242 beads in it. So you definitely want that. Then we can jump across. And we can go upstairs. Trinket box there, which gets us the berry palette. And then we can hit the exit. And that's our first catacomb done. Now we can jump up. And head up the elevator. Remember to collect the vases. So that way we can try and get some beads. We want to head back to our shop. then from there we want to take the fountain to the elevator. I'm gonna call it as a spot, Western Plaza basically. Grab the onion and then talk to Amara. We can tell her where the princess is and she'll disappear to go there. So we can go into this door, we haven't been in this shop yet, and we can buy some storage containers so we can finally take care of our storage problem. So you want to buy the Ember one and the Mist one. Then we want to use the fountain and we can return to our place. We want to head inside and we can talk to Hina. Talk to her again. And a third time. And one more time. You can also ask her about Hedgie if you want. So now we can put out the storage units. The best spot for the storage units is at the back near where the garden is, so this spot here and here. There will be a third storage unit, but we have a different spot for that one later. I actually don't use it, but I still buy it and planned for us to buy it, so that way you could go ahead and use it if you needed it. So this is our garden. As you can see, not everything's, but you want to turn into a cat and come through here. This is a little secret entrance, and you want to head over to the right here as a cat and then climb up. There'll be a trinket box on your left that we can collect, and then there's also a white long chute here. Now I would recommend you keep going up. I'm not going to keep going up, but you should, so that way you can hit the switch. The reason I'm going down is I want to get the timber shade. You can get it on your return, as we will be returning here shortly. And it's a little bit tricky to do the way that I do to get back. So if you fall down to the left here, you'll respawn here. That's what I'm doing. And as you can see, the doors are locked, so it's going to be a little bit tricky to return because the vine is there and we're not going to get rid of it. So you want to head into this catacomb, and then we just got to follow this simple pathway to the exit. We do have to hit a switch, which usually there's not enough time to get back onto the platform. If you fall down at any point, it puts you back at the start of the catacomb, so try to avoid that. But when you jump on this platform, you want to immediately jump to the other platform and then jump again to the switch. And as you'll see, there was not enough time. Don't forget to collect the trinket box there. It has 160 beads, but there was not enough time to get onto the platform, as I was saying. So you want to charge up when you see the platform, and this will allow you to make it back onto the platform. Then we can fall down here, collect the trinket box, and then we can hit the switch to leave. And now we can leave it and head to the right with the cat form. And like I said, if you open the doors, you can just use the doors. I didn't, so I have to do a little trick here with the cat. As you can see, you can make it with the cat, but it's very tricky, so I don't recommend it. That's why I recommend you hit the switch, but I'm now going to go hit the switch, just so that way I can show you where it is. And also it gives me an excuse to hit all the vases. But up here is the switch, and that'll open the door and also activate the elevator, and you can just drop down the elevator like so when you come back. So we want to turn into a cat, and again our garden's not finished. So we want to continue left. Exiting the shop and heading left. I got lucky and the nighttime guy showed up here. This is the one I'm talking about that's random. And Soledad, as soon as you have them, you want to buy two things. The altar and the gate markers, because that will let us know where they are every time. And the equipment capacity, if you can afford it, which you should if you've been following along. The last two we can't afford yet, but the two items you want to buy from him are the tortured spine and the golden nectar. These will become important later for missions, so it's better to get them now than later. But now that we've got the markers, we can track him. And again, as I said, you might get it earlier or later, but then we can head into this catacomb. It's just about following a series of jumps, as you can see. And there's a trinket box here with amber in it, which is another color palette, and then we can just exit once we're done. Very simple one. But as I was saying, you can run into him at any time, and once you get the cat form, you want to head inside and immediately buy the markers and the altar, because we need them for quests. Not so much the markers, but the altar itself is for quests. The markers are just so we can find him again to buy the rest of the stuff when we get enough. We can fall down to grab some vases and the fake app. Then we can go back up and head to the left. We're going to head to another catacomb, which is just down here that we've already been in before. You should remember it. This catacomb has two exits, and I'm not aware if you need to use both, so I use both just in case, because we have to solve every catacomb for an achievement. But you just want to make a series of jumps at the moment, and then once we get to a certain part, we need to hit a switch to open a door, and then go through and land back on the platform. From here we can jump up here and collect the trinket box. You could hit this switch, but I'm waiting for it to come back to hit the other one, and then I'm going to redo it and hit the last switch. And with that, we've through it the second time. As you can see, I just fast forwarded through, so that way you didn't have to watch it too much. But now that we're done with that catacomb, we can continue heading right. We can fall down, so that way we can smash some pots. We want to climb up to here and head to the right. Smash those pots, and then we can continue going up. We can head to the left. Don't forget to get the vases here. All these beads add up, so it's worth it when you're in areas. We want to head to the right. Then we can fall down and collect these gems and head right. We want to fall down here. And then here we can jump the platform and jump across. Thankfully I was able to time that. And then fall down here and you'll see another catacomb. This one you can, this one's kind of tricky. You gotta play as the cat and you're locked. That green glow around us is because we're locked as the cat. And if you fall, it puts you back at the start. And this is at any point, and it can really be not fun. So with this part, if you're quick, you can actually land on the bottom platform there from the first platform, so you don't have to worry about the second. And then it's just about waiting for the two platforms to connect, and then you can run across. You still have to be careful because the cat's very fast, and you could run off the small little platform. But then you want to go to this platform and fall down. And then for this platform here, you want to get right on the edge, and it'll start to pick you up. And that's when you want to run across. And then you want to run across before it disappears. Wait for this one to spawn and pick you up. And then there's two ways you can go, right or left, but the right way hasn't actually got anything, so you want to go left. And once we go through here, we can finally turn human again. So drop down and then jump across, collect the trinket box, and then hit the thing, and that'll be this catacomb done. Nice and neat. Now we can head down and to the left. Head into the shop. As you can see, these are our trinkets. So we want to put the marker bundle for the catacomb on and the collector gate markers on. Make sure you have the others equipped. I then did some gardening because our stuff was ready. Like I said, I've included what I'm doing until we get the achievement. Once we get the achievement, you can go your way, or you can copy me. I've included them with that as well. There'll be a few cuts because I keep going to my inventory, and I don't want to waste your time watching me go through my inventory. So we want to head to the kitchen, and we want to put the fake cap in the oven to make a roasted fake cap. Once we've done that, we can go to the pot, and we're going to make a stew. We want to put in the roasted fake cap. the all-port smash, and ground sprouts. It's not going to be a pleasant stew, but this is why we saved his quest till now, because we can get some of the unpleasant items and put it in it, because it doesn't require anything but a stew. So we don't have to worry about it being too bitter, being foul, etc, etc, so we can get away with putting in some gross stuff and getting away with using it, as that is one of the requirements. As you can see, this made a foul mixed stew, but like I said, we don't have to eat it, so it's not our problem. Those are the ingredients used, if you need to see them. Now we've got a second one to make. For the second one, we're going to use the snail nut that we picked up earlier and the white long shoot. If you want, you can roast the white long shoot. I decided not to. Again, this is going to make another gross stew, but again, because the requirements are very little, we can get away with it. So it's a good chance to use these items since we have to use one of everything. As you can see, a creamy mushroom fowl stew. And again, these are the items I used. So if you need to see it, you can copy it that way. With that, we want to head upstairs to the mortar and pestle, and we want to braid some wheat. This is the Fit for a Princess quest. Once we've got the wheat flour, we want to braid some gold seed. This will get us gold flour. From here we want to go to the oven, take the gold flour and the wheat flour, put in moonberries. And that gets us a fruit tart, which is meeting the requirements of that quest. So for this one we have to make sludge, and so I use an all-port plum and flatworm because you need a fruit and a mushroom. Now with cooked sludge, and I think this is a question a lot of people ask, and I'm not saying I 100% know that this is the answer, but I will show you in a minute that I don't think any of these items that you use when you get sludge or when you get failed meals etc count for used, because when we get cooked sludge, as you can see here, it says I used no ingredients, so I don't think cooked sludge counts. So if you're trying to get the ingredients, don't you do failed meals. So I want to leave and head to the right now. Don't forget to smash the pots on our way. We can head into the bakery. We need to buy a couple of things, but we also need to talk to the baker because we'll get a quest. I want to buy the braided wheat. Some rock salt. Like I said, we're going to keep coming back for rock salt. And then we can talk to her. I bought 2 braided wheat and 4 rock salt, just in case you need to know. It's up on the left hand corner as well. So we can drop down into the sewer and collect ourselves some vases. We want to head up to the top here. Don't forget to smash these pots. And into this shop. This is where we want to talk to her and buy the wild vines. You want to buy 3 wild vines. And then we can leave to the left. and go up the elevator. We want to go up again and then head to the right. Want to head up to the Spice Lady. Don't forget to smash the vases before we head in. As you can see, the lady is talking to her as well, so we can join in on the conversation. Then we can talk to her after, and this will get us a quest. As you can see, it didn't even show up with an accept, it just gives it to you. So now we can do what we came here for and buy some spirit seeds. Then we want to head to the left and then the right to break the vases, and then back left. We want to head down the elevator and down again. I thought maybe being in the cat form would be faster, but I feel like it's just the same amount of speed. But we want to head to the right, and then we can head back into the shop. We want to head upstairs, and we want to use the pestle and mortar to braid the wild vine. This will get us vine powder. We want to do that with all 3 of the wild vines, so you'll do that 3 times. Then we want the braided wheat. That'll give us wheat powder. And then we can put water into the cauldron. Then we can put in a flatworm, horn pepper, vine powder, and this will make a potion. I've gone ahead and fast forwarded it for your convenience. Once it's done, that'll get us a wither potion, or wither elixir really. Then we need to put more water into the cauldron to make another potion. We want the vine powder again, the horn pepper, the flatworm, and this will make us another wither potion. I've gone ahead and cut, so you don't have to wait this time, for the timer. And then again, we want to put some more water into the cauldron, and then we want to put the flatworm, the garlic, the vine powder to make a 3rd wither elixir. Again, I've gone ahead and cut the timer on this one just to make it that little bit quicker, since it's the same thing, just different ingredients. I didn't particularly think you needed to see it too much. So then we can take the fast travel to the witch, and then we can fall down to the witch's hut and go inside. We can talk to her and trade, and then we can buy some ember sprouts. Then we can leave. That's all we came for. We can head down and to the left to see if the mud shell had spawned, which it had not, so I continued on. Then we can fall down and head to the right. Again, we can fall down and head left. interact with the fountain here. I thought it was quicker than climbing back up and head back to our place. That's why instead of climbing up I took that route. So take the altar and take it to the witch that gave us the cat power up. And then we're going to head to her hut. From here you can buy all sorts of things. She's very useful. As you can see, there's a bunch, but we want the grey pits. They're going to be very handy for later. And a lizard's cone. And that'll be good from here, from this place. Then we can head left. And we can get ourselves another colour palette while we're here by falling down and heading right. There's also some angel's feet here, but we're going to ignore that for now. We don't need it. But we can use our broom to go across here. And then we can collect, once we get across more, the trinket box here. This trinket box will give you the pallet kelp, as well as a couple of trinkets. And then right here will be some glisterberg, so we can take that as well. Don't forget to use your witch's broom to head back. I did. Again, you can take the angel feet if you want, but we don't need it currently, so I'm just leaving it. So we can head to the left, turn into our cat form, and then climb up. Don't forget to get the vase in the corner here. Then we can use the crow statue and head back. Head into the shop. And then we can grind some braided wheat. We're going to make a vegetable sandwich. So we need bread, spice, and a vegetable. And we're going to be doing this twice, so we'll need 2 lots of bread. And remember to add rock salt, and this makes bread. So once we've got our bread, we want to head to the cutting board, put the bread on, an ember sprout, and the curry. This is the first sandwich we're going to make. And that makes an ember sandwich. And then the next sandwich we're going to make, we're going to use glisterberb and all-port stock. So one sandwich is spicy and the other is sour. As you can see, that makes a glister sandwich. And right here, when I get to it, is the ember sandwich materials. And this is the glister sandwich materials right here. So with that we can leave. Take the fountain and we want to take it to the Royal Palace, which is up the top left there. We want to head to the left and fall down. This is the area I was talking about earlier that we couldn't get to. And right here is a vine. We want to use one of the wither potions we made just recently. Wither elixir, sorry. And we can pick up the lizard's cone while we're there. And also destroy the vases. In this next area will be a catacomb. I don't unfortunately have nighttime, so I'm going to actually fast forward because I wait till nighttime here. Once we've gone through the area and gotten certain materials. So we want the Emperor's Bloom. That's a Dragon's Lily. And then to our left, right here, is the catacomb. There is an Emperor's Bloom on our left as well, right here. So we want to grab that. So as you can see, I've cut to when it's midnight because I waited for it. And we can go into the catacomb now. You want to fall down and then carefully move to the left and then the right. It might be easier in the cat form, but once you've moved to the bottom of the level, we can make our way to the top. So once we get on this, we have to change into the cat form. And then we have to move across. Then we can change back to being a human. And for this part, we can actually use the rising ability. And if you use it here and go to the right, we can land here. And then use it and go to the left. Use it again and go to the right. Use it again and land onto this thing here. Then we can just fall down. And this saves us having to wait for the platform to catch up to us. We only then have to wait for this platform. And we can head to the right, collect the trinket boxes and the gems. The first trinket box has feathers, the second has 330 beads, and the third has 4 trinkets. Then we can hit the switch and leave. If you fall down to the left, you'll get an altar from the crows. And we can also collect the beads that are here. We can then jump up and use the leverage to use our broom, which saves us a bit of trouble. Then we can transform into a cat, go this way, fall down, and then turn into a human so we can get up here. Because you can't as a cat. Turn back into a cat and fall down here. Head left and jump over here as the cat, then turn into a human. Collect the crescent shell. And then to the left here is the trinket box. There's 300 beads and the pellet pine. So it was really worth getting. Because we got a good amount of beads and we got a pellet from it. We want to go up and to the right. There's a trinket box here. And it has the forbidden brew recipe, which we are never going to use, so it's not too much of a deal if you miss it. Collect the timber shade here, and then we can fall to the... Well, first we want to use the broom to the right, and then we want to see if the fake app had returned, but it hadn't, so we can fall to the left, and then head right. Want to go to the left, and then we can smash the vase, and we can use the fast travel to go back home. We can head inside, and then we can go to the mortar and pastel and use the grey pit on the mortar and pastel. This will get you grey pit flour, and from there we can go to the cauldron and we can put in the grey pit flour, a lizard's cone, the spirit seeds, and this will make a spirit elixir that is bitter. to meet the requirements of Cassie's quest. We've gone ahead and fast forwarded it again, but I stopped here because we actually can do something while it's cooking. If you do have the altar, hopefully you've run into him. You want to set up the altar like so. And then we can combine the Emperor's blooms that we got from the previous area. And while that's going on, we can go back to the pot and fast forward again. Once that's done, we will get the elixir, the spirit elixir, and it's bitter, so that meets the requirements for that quest. And then we can go back up to the altar and collect the charmed empress. This will come in handy later. So you want to put some water in a pot for this next one. We're going to be making soup. So you want the charmed empress that we just made. You want a coast poppy. And that's all. This will include an enchanted item, and it makes sure that we only use common items as well. So it's the perfect recipe to pass this mission. Once that's done, you get a poppy suit, which is delicate. And then we will leave and head to the left, because we have to get a couple of ingredients. You want to talk to the lady here, and we want to buy the jade moss. Don't forget to break the vases on our way back to our place, but before we head back to our place, go to the blacksmith, talk to the blacksmith, ask her about the kettle, and then we can also talk to her. Now we can buy the juicer. It's more important. Then we can buy the kettle if we have enough. Unfortunately I don't, but if you do, buy the kettle. We will come back later after to buy the kettle, but for now we want to de-juicer first. The pan's the last thing we're buying because it's not a hugely necessary or used item for a lot of recipes. But now that we're back, we can use the juicer with the horizon plum. This is for the recipe with the princess. She wants a stew that's savory, using only rare items with a juiced item. I've gone ahead and fast forwarded the plum juicer because the juicer takes a while to actually produce the items. I wish that in the accessibility options there had been a increase in the time for these, because some of them can be a little longer than I would have liked. This gets you the plum juice. And from here we can put the water into the pot, and then we can put in the plum juice. Then we want to put in a fay cap, an all-port squash, and we want to put that together. This will meet the requirements because the fay cap is overpowering the other two ingredients. And that'll get you a savory mixed stew. So the next thing we gotta make is noodles, and they need to be creamy. But before that, let's deal with our garden, because everything in the garden has now fully grown. So you want to take a braided wheat and crush it up. This will get you wheat flour. Then you want to take it over to the chopping board. Don't forget to interact with this as well. That's for later. But we want to interact with the wheat flour and some rock salt on the chopping board. This will make us noodles. So now we've got the noodles, we want to head to the oven, and with the oven we want to put in one of the noodles and the white long shoot. You want to put in 2 to make it creamy because that's the requirement of this item, that it be creamy. And if you only put in 1, it won't be creamy. And that gets you battered long shoot, and as you can see it's nice and creamy. Then we want to head to the crow altar. I fast forwarded this because I moved around a lot before going to the actual location, but you want to go over to where the castle is, because I was trying to figure out where I wanted to go. Go to the castle, fast travel, where the cartographer is. And from there we can drop down here, head to the left, and we can destroy this vine so we can go into this catacomb using the wither elixir. We've got 1 left now that we've used this one. For this one you want to use the witch's broom, and then when you get to this spot here, just drop. You want to sit to the right here, and you want to look down to your right, because eventually we will see a spot we need to jump to. It takes a little while, unfortunately, but as you can see it right there. So you want to jump and then jump again, and then we can follow the path upwards. You want to head to the left, because we can actually get a lizard's cone while we're in this one. But then you want to head to the right, like so, because the left has nothing for us. Then we want to use the witch's broom again, and then we can drop down here, collect the trinket box, which will give us another pallet, and then we can leave. This completes that catacomb and unlocks the achievement for completing them all. Like I said, we would be doing some spelunking later, so congrats on completing your last one. The onion hasn't grown back yet, so I'm not worried about that at the moment, so we'll just head back. Now we can take the crow altar back to the shop. Now we can head into the shop and we can make our next dish, which requires rock salt and Osura velvet. This will give you salted soup. And then for this next recipe we need a timber shade and an onion. This makes a mixed stew. Once we've made those, we can leave. Then again, we can take the coral water. Actually, the water fountain, sorry. And we can head to where the church is on the map. And so we want to head to the left to get the vase, and then the right, and then we want to jump up to the right here to get the flatworm. And as you can see, there's 3 flatworms here. As I said, we would visit that location a fair bit, because the flatworms come in handy for something we need to make later. Grab the lizard's cone while we're at it. They also come in handy. Then we want to turn into a cat and head through. And we can fall down and keep heading right. I found the shop owner again, and I wasn't trying to, so I took advantage of that to get some more trinkets. I could still only afford 1 out of the 2, but that's okay. It's 1 less I need to get. Then we want to head up to the Spice Lady. This is where we want to buy some spirit seeds, some sour fruit zest, some pine needles, and some white pepper. And we can head down, and down again, and to the right. Don't forget to smash the pots on our way. And head back into our shop. Take the water and put it into the cauldron. And then we can use the mortar and pestle to grind down some jade moss. Then we can put the jade moss powder in the cauldron with a lizard's cone. And spirit seeds. This is for the helping the fae. We want to avoid a bitter potion, so that's why we're picking these items. And as you can see, that makes a flowery, or floral, I should say, spirit elixir, which meets the requirements for helping the fae. 4.5 stars as well, which was one of the requirements to be 4 stars. Thankfully, those ones that say 4 stars don't specifically mean exactly, because otherwise that would be painful. You can be over. Now we can deliver the stews to this guy. The mixed stew and creamy mushroom stew. Remember, hit A on the item and then X to deliver it. Once this happens, we will get given a new quest from him. This time he wants us to avoid fowl. I guess he didn't like the fowl soups. So this is where we can head back to the shop. And we can chat to Hina and deliver the sludge. $40 beads for some sludge is a pretty good deal. Then we can talk to Hina again. Accept her quest. So we want to put some pine needles and wild vine into the oven. This is to fulfill the request for Hina that we just got. Once that's made, we'll get her pie that's foul, and it meets all the requirements as it only used common items, as you can see here. And it also is foul like she wanted and not a potion. So now making that, we can leave because we need to go get some provisions for this next quest, as it requires a few items. Don't forget to smash the vases on your way. So at the bakery, we want to grab some baked wheat. That'll be our crop. Grab the timber shade. We need to make 2 of these, so once we go back to the shop, we can put it all together. So you want the crescent shell, some rock salt, some tea, some braided wheat, and that'll make a provision pack. You should have the tea still from when we bought it from the tea person, and you should have rock salt because we stock up on that. The crescent shell we also picked up. It was just the wheat that we didn't have because the garden wasn't ready yet, so I had to go and get some. This makes a salty provision pack, but it meets the requirements, so it doesn't matter. So for this next one, we want the braided wheat, the tea, the rock salt, and the timber shade. We were going to use the timber shade anyway, that's why we have 2 now, but because we found one and picked it up, why not use that one? Save ourselves a timber shade. This will make another salty provision pack, and as you can see here, I've gone ahead and shown you what I put in them just in case you needed to pause it. Ironically, one is 3 stars and one is 2 stars, but we don't need it to care about stars, so it doesn't matter. And we can deliver the thing to Hina while we're here, which is the herb pie. And now she's requesting we make her something that could pretty much kill someone. And she reckons she can take it, so... We need a few things before we can do her request, so we'll have to head out the shop and head left. Take the escalator. Or we could just shoot up if you wanted. I was a bit lazy and just decided to put up with the speed of the escalator. We can deliver the provision packs while we're here. And then if we talk to him, we'll get another quest. This time he wants a potion. We can head to the right and then fall down to the left, and we can go into the blacksmith, and from here we can get the kettle. Been waiting for this one for a while, so it's good to finally have the kettle. Then we can head to the right. I didn't mean to pick up the oven. Replace the cauldron with the kettle if you want, or you can replace upstairs the chopping block with the kettle. We're going to make a few things with the kettle, so you want to take the tea and grind it down. This will make tea powder, and this is how you make tea. You put water into the kettle, and then from there you put the tea, and we're going to put a faded crown in, and this will make a tea that will satisfy the requirements. As you can see, it made a delicate green tea. So now we can head out again. Head to the left. Then we can come back once we've destroyed the vases and talk to the merchant here, the one we've kept in town. We want to buy some Semborn kernels, buy 2 of them, and some rice. Probably want to buy 2 rice because I do come back and buy rice, but again, you can just follow me if you want. But we want to fall down and head to the left, and then we can head left to where the frog is. Don't forget to break the vases on your way. And then we can deliver those sandwiches. So one is the ember sandwich. And then the other is the glister sandwich. And they're going to complain about what we made. So we're going to talk to them, and we're going to get a second chance at making a vegetable dish for them. We can head to the left now. Grab the dandelion. And continue heading left. This is where none of the items had respawned on me. As you can see right here is no faded crown, so you fall off the edge. And basically the trick is that if you do it 3 times, it doesn't always guarantee it, but generally they will respawn. So if I fall down again, and then one more time, you'll notice that they've come back. So we can get the Coast Poppy. And the faded crown, but we're not going to pick that up. We just want the Coast Poppies and the other Coast Poppy. But that trick doesn't always work. I sometimes had to do it more than 3 times, but it's generally how you can refresh it when you haven't been to the area in a while and they haven't reloaded yet. It's a good little trick. Not all areas you can do it though, unfortunately. So some you just have to hit the bells over and over again until the game finally respawns them, which can be tedious. In those instances I cut just to when it respawned, so you didn't have to see me hit a bell 50,000 times. I'm over exaggerating, but it's still a lot. So we can talk to the princess, and we can deliver them. We needed the mixed stew. And then we can get another quest from her. This time she wants some of the frogs cuisine. So we can head into their shop and we can buy a couple of things. While we're here, we can get a trinket and a new color if you come to the right of the shop. So we want some Skaule blend, some seaweed kelp, some aquamint, and some lentil and sea chives. Then we can head back the way we came, smashing the vases along the way. Turn into a cat farm and head down here. And then we can jump across. It's nighttime for me, so we can take the way here. But if it's daytime for you, I have a little trick that can get you past here with the broom. See, as you can see, the broom stops you and makes you fall. But if you're in this section here, and you use the broom here, it'll get you across no problem. I mean, the platform's not being there during the daytime, you could just do it the normal way, but I still wanted to show you. Grab the Coast Poppy and then the trinket box, and down here is a faded crown. This one we will grab. The bargaining brooch is something that's going to be very handy for us. We want to head to the left, and then we want to break some more vases. Grab the timber shade that's respawned, and then we can head out. Smash the vases, and then continue to the right. We want to equip the bargaining brooch. I'm going to unequip the rapid bracelet for it. Once it's equipped, we can head out. Take the fountain to the church. Smash the vases, and then we can head up. Head into the spice shop, and then we can talk to the lady there. We want to buy some spirit seeds. This time we want to buy all of them, and then we can leave. Again, get the pots. And then we want to head down, and down again, and to the right. So we want to head to the oven, and we want to put in a lizard's cone. And we want to roast that. While that's roasting, we want to head upstairs and grind our Sanborn kernels. This will get you a ground kernel. And the roasted lizard's cone is done, so we can continue with our recipe once we roast another one. We're working on backup potions, and it needs to be insipid. So that's why we're going to the trouble of these ingredients. We want to change out the kettle for the cauldron, and this can only be made at night. Don't forget to put water in your cauldron. So we want the roasted lizard's cone, a ground kernel, the spirit seeds, and the coast poppy. This will make a spirit elixir, and it should be insipid, like the requirements. There you go, your first insipid spirit elixir. So we want to make another one. To meet this requirement, we need 2. So we want the coast poppy, the grounded kernel, the roasted lizard cone, and the spirit seeds. It'll get you your second one. So now we can leave and head to the left. Head up the elevator. Then we want to head to the left. We want to chat to our friendly vegetable grocer here. And you want to purchase 2 of every ingredient. Some you can only purchase 1. Except for the red root, we don't need 2 of those. With the veggies, we can head back. And we can head down. We can stop and hand this guy his potions. Since we're already here. You want the insipid spirit elixirs, not the floral one. And that'll get you 366 beads, which is a good deal. We want to head to the right and back to the shop. This is where we're going to head to the garden, because my garden's matured. Hopefully yours has as well. And we can plant some of the stuff that we just bought. All those veggies we bought are plantable, so there's something we do want to plant. Again, I'm going to include what I plant and let you just copy it. So back at the pestle model, we want to breed some wheat. This will get us wheat flour, and we want to breed some more, getting us a second lot of wheat flour. Then we want to head to the pot, and we want to put in green finger, horn pepper, pale beet, and wheat flour. This will make a vegetable pasta. We have to make it spicy, include vegetables, and avoid bread. So that's why we're making the vegetable pasta. Best part is we get to use a lot of ingredients, so it takes off a lot of stuff for us. As you can see, that makes a spicy vegetable pasta. So for this next one, we want a horn pepper, the onion, the spinach, and the wheat flour. This will make another spicy vegetable pasta. As you can see, those are the ingredients for the first one. And the ingredients for the second one. The second one we had to overpower with spicy stuff just so that we could take out the spinach. So now we want to cook Adele's meal. So you want the global blend in the pot with the royal petal and some white peppers for a global blend soup. She wants us to avoid all commons. As you can see, they're all rare. And that makes Gullible Blend Soup spicy, which meets the requirements. As you can see here, all 3 items are rare. And with that, we can now leave and head to the left. See, occasionally the jump for some reason doesn't work. That's why you'll see me jump before powering up. But anyway, we want to go to the herb trader, which is up the top here, and buy the gardening gloves, finally. It's been a long time coming to get those. Like I said, the pan is definitely last because it's the least used item. We use it for a couple of recipes, but not many. Take off the marker and put the gardening gloves, and then we can leave again. Now that we have the gardening gloves, we can start getting some ingredients that we have been missing. So you want to take the altar. And you want to fast travel to this area. Don't forget to collect the visas behind you. We need to get an ingredient that it takes 7 days to spawn, but thankfully because we haven't picked it up, it shouldn't be no hassle to pick up. While we're here, we can also get some other ingredients like the Emperor's Bloom. As you can see, there's 2 Emperor's Blooms we picked up, and the ingredient that we need hasn't spawned, so we're going to go to the left side of the level because the glitch works in this area, which is thankful. We can jump off this edge and repeat that 3 times. Like I said, sometimes it may require more than 3. Just depends, but this item in particular it takes 7 days to come back, so if you do pick it up, you want to hold on to it just for this quest, because you don't want to be waiting all that time. But there is the Nightshade, and then if we come up here, we can also get the Iron Clove as a bonus. Now we can grab the altar to fast travel to the next location, which is all the way over to the right and just down here. We can smash the vases and turn into a kitty, and then we can fall down here. So this one we can't use the respawn trick, we have to hit the bell until it respawns. So I've gone ahead and cut, because I just keep jumping at the bell until it shows up. But there is the cloudberries. So now we can head to the left. This is to respawn the vases, because why not? And then we can head back right. We want to collect some of the vases to get us some more gems, and then we want to use the LT to jump up here. And then once we get these gems, we want to hit RT to use the broom and go across here holding right, so that way you land the furthest, and on this trinket box that'll get you 4 more trinkets, and then we can fall down. As you can see, the crescent shell unfortunately hasn't come back, but that's okay. We can head to the left to get the white long shoots. We thankfully still should have a crescent shell. If you don't have one and there's not one there, there's one in the previous area we were at with the Emperor's Blooms, and you can also get one from the lady that gave us the power up for the cat. The white long shoot here is back, so that means for me at least the white long shoot at the top should be back. If you need to do the trick, just fall down this hole here 3 times and hopefully everything should spawn back if it's been a while and hasn't spawned back yet. I'm just collecting all the gems from all the vases that I can before I go and get the second white longshoot. Then we want to head back to the left, turn to a cat, and head up. This will take us to out where the bakery is. We want to head left. And we can use our power, go up and to the right. Now that we're back at our shop, we can head to the altar and we can put in 2 angel feet. Hopefully you have the altar, because you would have ran into the guy by now that sells it for trinkets, because it's necessary for a couple of the quests that we're going to do. But once the altar's finished, we will have a charmed angel feet, I should say. Then you want to go to the pot, put water in it, your charmed angel feet, coast poppy, crescent shell, and nightshade. This will make boiled mushrooms for Hina's iron stomach quest. We had to have an enchanted item. With enchanted items, you don't exactly need a double of that item. It just needs to be the same rarity. But that'll give us poisonous boiled mushrooms, so now we can find Hina, who is not this way. And we can give that to her. Once we give that to her, we'll get an achievement and another quest, so make sure you grab those. So right here we can deliver it. Didn't mean to click on talk. Deliver. And then deliver the boiled mushrooms. As you can see there, everything in it. And there we go, that's the new quest. As you can see, we have to avoid Earthy, include an old pot plum, and it has to be the dessert. Not that difficult, thankfully. But now we want to head out. And to the right. We want to take the fast travel down to the bottom here. This is where the princess is, and we want to hand over the soup that we made for the princess. That is the pepper soup. Then we want to take the fast travel back to our home base, and then from there we want to take the fountain fast travel, and we want to take that up to the top left where the royal gardens are. Then to the right will be the princess again, so we can get another quest from her, and then we can head left, destroy some vases, and go back to the fast travel. We will be buying our next item to use for quest. This item will be the dehydrator, and it's at the plaza where the lift for the area to get up here is, that we've never used. As I said, we're just destroying some vases, some up here as well. Once you hear the smash, we can leave. Take the fountain just down here to the right slightly, and you'll see it right here. The Western Plaza. And just down here to the left is the shop. We want to talk to this guy, and we want to buy the dehydrator. Now, I will warn you, the dehydrator takes a long time, so you might have to pause my video when you're dehydrating stuff. I've cut out the timer over fast forwarding it, except in one instance where I'm fast forwarding the juicer. Just because the time the dehydrator takes is insane. I really wish they had reduced the amount of time it takes. But here we can use the dehydrator for the first time, and we can put in the flatworm. We need a dehydrator, flatworm, and milk and mud shells, so get out your juicer as well and put a mud shell in there. This will make you mud shell milk. And once the thing is done, as you can see here, this is the time I fast forwarded the juicer, and on your right you can see the dehydrator, and the dehydrator was done first, and the juicer will still beat it with the dehydrator having about half time still to go. Ridiculous. But we need the dried flatworm and the mud shell milk, and then once we've done that, we've got the ingredients to make our Tillen soup. So that's the mud shell milk, and this is the dried flatworm. So once you've got those ingredients, head downstairs, grab some water, put it in the pot, and then we can put the dried flatworm with the mud shell milk. Then you want to put the sawtooth kelp, but we can actually take the sawtooth kelp away temporarily. If we put the garbled lentil there first, and then the sawtooth kelp, it'll still make it salty, and we get to use that extra ingredient even though it's savory. As you can see, the kelp is salty. The kelp will be the stronger one of the 4 ingredients, so we will get a salty soup, which meets the requirements. And right there, as you can see, salty Tillen soup. It's only a 3-star dish, but that's okay because there's no star requirement, so we didn't have to worry about that. But as you can see, the ingredients there. And now we can dehydrate something else. We've got to dehydrate the Emperor's Bloom. This is for the Caring for Goats quest. Once that's done, as I said, I've cut to when it's almost done, and it feels like I haven't cut it enough because we still have to wait for it a little bit. And I just did not like how long we have to wait for the dehydrator. But once it's done, we can head off, because we need to go get some more ingredients that we don't actually have yet. We want to head to the left, and we're going to go to the merchant down here. This is why we kept this merchant around. He comes very handy at the end of the game. So we want to trade with him, and we want to buy some Semborn Kernel. You want to buy both of them. Now we can head back. You can put in the Semborn Kernel and the Emperor's Bloom, or you can grind it up and put it in that way. I plan to put it in grinded. As you can see here, I'm doing the mortar and pestle, but when I went and did the recipe, I didn't notice I picked the wrong one, and I put the Semborn Kernel in that wasn't grinded, but either way it still works as a recipe for the requirements for this quest, so you don't have to worry if you put in the wrong one like I did. So right here you want the dried Emperor's Bloom, and either a ground kernel or a non-grounded kernel. And this will make the requirements for this quest. As you can see, flavored flatbread that is delicate, which meets the requirements, and it only required 2 ingredients. So here we want to use the gold seed to grind that up. Then we also want to grind up some honey spark. Then what we want to put in is the grounded honey spark, the gold flower, the canyon grapes, and an all-pot plum. This will make a dessert that isn't earthy and has the all-pot plum in it. And as you can see here, we get a canyon pie, a nice dessert sweet treat. Very easy to make. Now we want to go do some gardening, and this is where we can put the cloudberries in, and once we do, we'll get an achievement. You can either continue along, like I said, I'm going to include all my planting following what I'm doing, or you can pick your own. The choice is yours. So with our gardening done, we can head out and to the right. You want to head to the bakery, and if you need any gold seed, you can buy gold seed. If you need Fable Spark, you can buy Fable Spark from the baker as well. But the main reason we came here, so you can chat to them and get the ingredients you need, but the main reason we came here is for the moonberries, just to the left of us here. Don't forget to collect the gems. So we can charge up and return to the right now, so that way we can return to the bakery, so that we can make some more quest related items. You want to head to the pasta and mortar, and you want to grind down the gold flour, or the gold seed I should say, to get gold flour. We want to dehydrate the moonberries. As you can see, we need to include a dried item, so the moonberries will be our dried item. We also want to juice a green apple for some cider. And that'll give us dried moonberries. Now we can leave now that we dried the moonberries and juiced the apple, and we can take the fountain to the top left again, the Palace Gardens. We want to head left, grab the royal petals, and the Emperor's Bloom. Here we want to jump off the edge, so that way the item respawns that we're actually after as well. Like I said, sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. It should work because we haven't picked this item up yet. And then we just have to wait near the spot, and there it is. So now we've got some Twilight Shade. Twilight Thistle, sorry. And we want to take the fountain back to our main cooking hub. And we want to go inside. Put some water into a cauldron. And we want to put the cider, the Twilight Shade, the royal petal. This will give us a restorative brew. This potion was intended for a quest, but I wrote down the wrong potion. I'm including it anyway because when we sell some items we can throw this on the shelf to sell, which is what I did. But that gives us a restorative brew. As you can see, quite easy to make. Twilight Shade, royal petal, and cider. With that we can leave. We want to go get some more stuff. So we head left. I ran into the trader again, so I took this opportunity to buy the last item I needed, last keepsake I needed from them with the trinkets I had. So that's everything we can get from them because we don't need the other items that they sell or anything else, as long as you keep the ones that we bought on us. We want to head to the right after you break the jars, and then we can head back inside. Here we can take off the marker bundle for catacombs and the marker bundle for the person, so we don't have to look for them because we don't need anything they sell anymore. And we can equip something else. I just equipped the first thing I saw. From here we want to go up the elevator to the left to take the elevator up. And then we want to take it up again so that we're at the top floor. We want to head to the right. And here we can fall down and to the left. Now we can talk to the librarian and ask him all the questions to get that mission we didn't get before. Now when we talk to him, he's gonna be happy that we were curious and give us the quest. From here we can take our broom across. If the item hasn't spawned, just fall down and die 3 times. So that way it respawns the item. Then we can go back up to the spot and it should respawn. And that is some iron clove. And then we can go up higher and use our broom to cross again. Heading to the left. From here we want to go up to the spice trader. Remember to smash the vases before you head in. We want to deliver the dish we made for them, which is the mixed stew. Doesn't get us much, unfortunately, only 83 beads, but still, something's better than nothing. So once we hand that over, we can leave. Before we do leave though, when you get to the bottom here, on the right there will be a trinket box. Make sure to grab that. I had forgotten to grab it through previous spice runs, but at least we remembered this time. So we want to go down the elevator and to the left. We want to talk to the frog princess Alva, and she will give us a quest. We want to buy some green apples from her. Like I said, green apples are very handy. And another horizon plum since we used our last one. We don't need any vegetables, but you can buy them from him if you want. Then we can take the elevator down and head to the right. Smash the vases before we head right again. So now we can head inside and we can make the most complicated thing we have to make. So you want to get the honey spark and you want to grind that down. You also want to get gold flour and grind that down. I've cut the gold flour just to save a bit of time. And then once you've done that, you want to go to the pot. You want to put the honey spark sugar in and the horizon plum that we bought earlier. This will make us some marmalade. Like I said, this is the most complicated one. After we make the marmalade, we have to go to the oven and we're going to make ourselves some golden bread. Golden bread is different to normal bread. It's of a higher quality. So with our marmalade, we can now head to the oven, and you want to take the golden flour and the rock salt and put them together to make some golden bread. Once we've made the golden bread, we can head back to the pot. You want to put in the dried moonberries, the gold nectar, the golden bread, and the marmalade. This makes a moonberry pudding that is 4.5 stars, and as you can see, meets the requirements of the dish. Once I get to it. It also was the 50th meal I made, but I made 2 meals that I haven't shown because they were mistakes, so yours will pop 2 meals later. So now we want to make the dish for the bookworm, so we want to put in some timber shade and dry that. While we're waiting for that, we can come over here and use our ability to launch ourselves up here. And there's a secret area where we can collect a trinket box. This will get us a preserved snack recipe. And while I was still waiting, I went and did some gardening since that had matured. And you can copy me if you like, or you can do something else. The choice is yours now that we have the achievement for gardening everything. Once I come back, I was able to get the dried timber shade and then combine it with some rock salt and all pod stock in the oven to make the meal for the librarian. Once you collect that, you'll have a main dish braised timber that is salty and has a dried ingredient in it, which meets the requirements for this quest. As you can see right there, not too difficult to make. Nice and simple dish, really. So we can leave and head to the statue so that we can fast travel up to this spot here. We want to fall off the edge because we want to get the mud shell to respawn. My mud shell had respawned, but I still wanted to show you in case you needed to see it again, how it's done, since it is a different area and we haven't respawned in this area before. If you see a cloudberry there, I do recommend picking it up. It'll just save you a little bit of time of gardening more of them. But it's not necessary if it's not there. So we want to head down here because we're going to get ourselves a crescent shell. If the crescent shell hasn't spawned, like mine hasn't, unfortunately, then we can actually refresh the area by going to the right here and jumping off the edge. We'll respawn down the bottom, but we can just walk off the edge again twice more, and hopefully the crescent shell will respawn for you. There are 2 other spots to get a crescent shell, which I've mentioned before. So if you want to do it that way, you can. I just thought it was more convenient to do it this way since we were getting the mud shell anyway. And as you can see, mine respawned. So you want to pick the crescent shell and then we can leave via the right once I jump back up, because I missed the platform. We want to use this elevator, and don't forget, when you use the elevator you want to head right to smash the vases for the beads. I noticed the ones up in this area give some good beads often. It's not often that they were empty. And then we want to go talk to this guy. We're going to give him the tinland soup that we made earlier. Thankfully tinland soup is easy enough to distinguish because it actually says tinland soup. As you can see there, and we can deliver that, and he'll be happy with that dish. And then he'll give us a new quest for a sour roasted, and including a exotic item. So now we can head up and use the fast travel. And we want to travel down to where the frog area is. The aqua farmer huts. And then we want to go to the right to destroy some vases before we head into the hut. You gotta be careful of this area. I often found it would not let me jump when I spawned in. So often I would have to wait for it to let me jump. It was quite a nuisance. But when we talk to him, we want to buy some aqua mint. And then we can leave. You want to head left. And we can smash the vases as we're heading left again. I tried to use the power up to go up this way, but they blocked it, sadly. But we want to head upwards, but before we do, grab the mud shell that's here as well. It should have respawned because we haven't been here in a long time. And then we can use our ability to get back up and head to the right. We want to go into the blacksmiths, and we want to buy the last thing that we need to get from the blacksmith, which is the stove pot. So now we've got all the cooking utensils that we need, and we can actually finish a lot of the quests that we started that required certain things. We're going to be making an ingredient that we don't have a quest for, but we can hand it over once we get the quest straight away, and it'll save that little bit of time. It's because it's required to be made at midnight that I wanted to make it early. So you want to roast the crescent shell that we got. Once you've roasted the crescent shell, you want to then roast some garlic. Once you've roasted the garlic, we can leave and head to the right. Don't forget to break the vases on our way down. And then we can head into the baker's. From here we want to trade with the baker and buy some rock salt. I was quite out of rock salt by this point, so it's a good time to buy some. And then we can head back via the way we came instead of the left screen. We're doing this to save some time since we need the nighttime currently. Once we're back into the shop, we want to change the object to the pan, to the mortar, and this one to the pan. I knew one of them was the pan. So with the mortar, we want to take some gold seed and grind it down. This will make some gold flour. With the gold flour, we want to make some bread. So we take the gold flour, put it into the oven with rock salt, and this will make the golden bread. We did this earlier with another ingredient. And once we've got our golden bread, we can go to the pan, put in the roasted crescent shell, the roasted garlic, spinach, and the golden bread. Now you have to do this at night time. You cannot do this during the daytime. It has to be at night time. Otherwise this meal will not work. It is a nighttime only meal, and this is why we're making it now, to save ourselves time and not have to make it later. but this will get you a moon burger that's 5 stars and spicy, and also get you an achievement for the quality. From here we want to grind some aquamint. This will get us mint powder. And we want to grind some more aquamint. Then we want to put the water in the kettle. And we want to put the mint powder with a dandelion. This will make the bitter gibble tea that the princess wanted. We have to make 2 of those, so we have to get some more water, put it into the kettle, and make a second one with the same ingredients, mint powder and dandelion. So a lot of my garden had matured, so I was dealing with the next half of it that had matured. So again, you can copy what I do, or you can plant what you decide to plant. So now we want to roast the glisterberg, glisterbarb, whatever you want to call it, because we need to include a roasted, an exotic meal, and something sour. And with the roasted glisterberg, you want to go to the pot, you want to put in the iron claw, the roasted glisterberg, cloudberry. This will make a vegetable curry. As you can see, it's sour. So we can hand over the canyon pie. This will get us another color palette. And also 58 beads, so not a bad day's work, really. Want to head to the right because we can't go up. Don't forget to break the vases for the beads. Then we can head to the left and we can fall down and break these vases. From here we can go up to here. We can talk to this lady. Now this is where we would have handed over the potion, but like I said, I marked it and made the wrong one. But it's fine. We can take her quest and then make that potion. She wanted an ember tincture and I happened to write down the wrong one and made the wrong potion, which was the restorative brew. But like I said, that's fine, we can sell it. And we can just continue on left, and we can make what she needs later. Grab the timber shade while we're here. And we can head left. And then back right. Fall down here and to the left. Can hand over the dishes we made a while ago, so they're probably cold, but you know, the citizens don't seem to complain. Here they are, the vegetable pastas. $173 beads for that, which is pretty good. We can talk to her again, and she'll just say we should visit. So now we can head back. The timber shades reappeared, so we can grab that. Once we've destroyed the vases for some beads, we can head right. Head into the blacksmith's, and here we can deliver the tea we made for her. This is the tea with the fabled crown. $46 beads for some tea is not bad considering we didn't do much work. We want to head to the left, and we want to deliver the noodles to this guy here. The battered long shoot. And he'll give us another quest. And then we can head to the left and up the elevator. And to the left again. And then fall down. And we can collect the dandelion. And then we can make our way back up. We can deliver the tea to the princess for her tea party. This is the garble tea with the bitter flavor. Then we can head right once we've done that. Destroying the vases along the way. Then we can head right to this new area, which is an area we've been before. And we want to destroy the vases and then go down and to the right. Then we want to fall here to the left. Grab the vases and then hit the bell. I've cut it because I hit the bell a few times until the item showed up, but once the bell showed, once I waited, we got the foxglove, which is what we were after. And then on our way back we can interact with the vines and use the wither elixir we made. This will get rid of them. And we can grab the Fey cap that's here. And smash the vases, and then we can head off. The Fey doesn't appear till night, so we can also grab the foxglove that's here. And then we can head to the left. Use the altar. And we want to go over to the left here where these castle is. And we want to talk to the navigator and deliver the soup that we made for them. The poppy soup. She probably gives us the worst payment of all, 29 beads for that. We had to enchant that, and it was not an easy task. So we want to go to the goat lady, and we want to give her the thing we made for the goat, which was the flavored flatbread. She'll be happy about that, and she pays really well, considering what we just got paid. So we want to accept her quest. We've got our next quest now. Don't forget to smash the vases on our way back up. And then we can head down here. Collect the lizard's cone. And then head down here to collect the onion. Sorry, the garlic. And then we want to head down again to collect the other garlic. Then we want to head back and up. Then we can take the statue to the right, where the tea shop is. And we can get ourselves some tea. So we want to talk to her. She's going to give us a quest. And now we can trade with her. And we want to buy the tea. And we want to buy all of it. Like I said, tea comes in very handy for a lot of quests. Keep going right and over this mountain cliff kind of thing. Fall down and turn into a cat and head left, and then through the next area as well. Grab the Fey cap and then talk to the Fey and deliver the potion that we made for him. The non-bitter one, the floral one. It's the one we want with the jade moss. And she'll be happy with that. Now we want to head right, and we'll have to use the broom to go across. Don't forget to break the vases for the beads. Every little bead helps. So we want to head to the right here, and this is where I've cut to handing in the right recipe, because this is one of the times I made the wrong one. I forgot to roast it, but you want to hand over the vegetable curry with the roasted Glisterberg. Once he's happy with that, you can leave. And then we can take the crow statue just down below. This is where we get the mud shell from, but the mud shell hasn't respawned. We're not actually after that. So fall down and collect the jars, and then we can fall down. So what we're after is the crescent shell, but I've made a cut because ours didn't appear and I didn't want to waste too much time. So instead, head to the lady down here, and we're going to head to the cat lady, the witch that turns us into a cat basically. We're also going to get the Glisterberg, because we need a couple of those. I had a bit of trouble getting that to spawn, even jumping off 3 times. I ended up having to do it more than 3 times. I'll show you doing that 4 times and then make a cut to when they actually do respawn. As you can see here, they still haven't respawned. They for some reason decided to want to take a while. And as you can see, they finally respawned after a while. So we want to talk to her and we want to buy the grey shells. Grey pits, sorry. Buy both of those. And then we can leave. Head left. And then we can use the fast travel to return to the hub. And we want to head right. And it's nighttime now, so we want to head up. We want to go to the left and talk to the Fae here. This will also get us an achievement. Gets us a new color palette as well. And then we can talk to the lady here. We want to head to the left once we fall down and use the fast travel to the gardens. We want to talk to the princess and we want to deliver the 4.5 star dish we made. This will get us the royal palette. And we'll be able to get our last quest off her. She'll want a pizza. Again, we want to fall off the map to make the items respawn. So when we spawn back, we want to fall down. And hopefully the plants will spawn. We do want the one that we could pick up with the gardening gloves, but I don't think that one's going to spawn. So we'll grab the royal petals and the emperor's bloom, and we can get that plant from somewhere else. Don't forget to grab the lizard's cone, and then we can leave. Again, doing that to make sure that things respawn, because this game really needed an accessibility feature to make the plants spawn faster. I do think they spawn a little too slow in this game. And this is the best I could come up with to try and force the game to respawn them sometimes, because the bells just don't work all the time. Grab the 2 Emperor's blooms. And the Iron Clove hasn't respawned yet. Well, while we're waiting for that, we can go get the Crescent Shell. Make sure to grab the beads while we're here. The Iron Clove is back, so that was worth going and getting the Crescent Shell first. Now we can take the altar to the next area, which is just here. We want the more blossoms, so we have to fall down to try and get it to respawn. When this didn't work, I just kind of waited and then hit the bell. And there we go, finally it spawned. So we got the more blossom. For some reason I was having trouble getting up. And we got canyon grapes while we're at it. Chat to this guy here. He'll give us a new quest. Then we want to talk to this guy. Then we want to ask him about dragons. I accidentally clicked on Riverfarers. Once you ask him about dragons, you will get another quest. Now when we talk to him, he will say something different, and then we get our mission. I always forget that door isn't the exit. But we have to talk to Colo anyway, so it's okay. Buy the 2 items in her shop. Then we can leave. And head right. So here we want to go across the bridge and up the elevator. Then we want to head to the library. And this is where we can hand in the quest. We want the brazed timber. His quest was not really worth much, only 33 beads, which kind of sucks. Some of the quests were worth a lot and some were worth very little, and it was kind of annoying that way they did that. At minimum you should have at least got 100 beads. It doesn't feel like we got enough worth our time. But anyway, we want to talk to this guy. And then we can go across and up here. Trying to get the lizard's cone to appear. This is one of the areas where we can't fall off the edge because it will take us back to a different area. Once the lizard cone respawns, we can grab the lizard's cone. We can also go and get the flatworms that have respawned. Remember, there is 3 in this area. Talk to Cassia, and we're gonna hand over the elixir she was after. Remember, it's a spirit elixir that's bitter. With that, we can head up to here where there's a trinket box. That'll give you the mist elixir recipe. Then we can talk to the other witch and accept the quest from her. And then to our left here is another trinket box. And we want to head left using our broom. I'm doing this to respawn some of the things in this area as well. So we want to talk to Cassia to get ourselves another quest. While we're here, we want to buy a dragon cherry, the abyss vine, the dragon shield, the lime nut, vigor bark. I don't think we need that. Yeah, that's all good. Just the first front items. We want to head to the left as a cat. And then if we jump over here, you'll see a trinket box we can pick up. Here is a twilight thistle, which we want to grab. And then mud shell to our left. And then following this pathway will lead us to the fake cap, which is just here. And if we use the broom to go across, we can also get a couple more ingredients. The twilight thistle over here. And a timber shade right here. Then we can fall down and head right. Here we can fall down and go left. Don't forget to break the vases to get the beads. And we can talk to this and deliver the dessert that she was after, which is the fruit tart. Then we can head down and to the left. Grab the moonberries. Smash the pots while we're at it. Fall down so we can smash some pots on our way. Grab the fake up. I got lucky and it respawned right there. I didn't have to wait for it. And the moonberries right there. Then we want to head down here and to the left. And then we want to fall off this edge here. And you'll notice the princess is here. And we're going to talk to her and get another quest. Then we want to fall down and head to the right. Collect the beads in this area. And then head right. Want to talk to the frog Mortimer. We'll get another quest off them. We want to head inside the shop. Grab some Gobble blend. Then we can leave. We want to head up this little elevator lift thing. And then to the right. This will put us in the sewers, where we can go and get some long shoots. If they haven't respawned, you can fall down here to try and force them to respawn. With the 2 long shoots, we want to fall down to the left. And then we want to go up. So that way we come out the side of the bakery. Be careful of that little hidden wall ledge. I always hit it because it's the same color as the background. Here we want to go left. And then we want to go up and to the right. Colo is now at the front as well. Ask the navigator question. This will give us a quest. Head to the left. And I want to go up and grab these pots while going to the left more. Head up the elevator and to the right. Into this shop. We're gonna finally buy some stuff that we've been meaning to. But we need to talk to her. Sorry. This one gets a little bit confusing. As long as you interacted with those little notes on the sides that I told you to, when we talk about to her, she will let us buy the upgrades to the house. If you don't interact with those, you have to go and do that. As you can see, they give you the spatial expansions, so we want the B1. And then B2. This will allow us to put down our many tools that we've been swapping in and out for now. So this will save you a lot of time. But it wasn't really needed until now, so that's why we didn't do it. We want to go into the braided and she still doesn't have a quest for us because it's at a different location. So we will have to head to the right with the bakery. And inside the bakery, and we can deliver the salted soup. From here we can head up the left. And take the fountain. We want to take that to the Western Plaza. We want to head inside the shop. We want to trade with the guy. And we want to buy the Umbria storage. So this will give you all the storage capacity in the game now. You also want to grab the onion outside his shop and pick up the pots with the beads in them. Then we can take the fountain back to the right of where we are, so that way we can talk to Senna. This will give us the quest that I was after earlier, because it's not in the shop. You want to fall down here and you'll find nothing has spawned except for the snail nut, and we don't need that. It's not a big deal to not get them yet, so we're just going to go up and forget about them. Get them later. We want to travel back home to the hub. Now we got some nice quests and dishes to make. So we want to roast the fake app. Then we want to put some water in the cauldron because it's almost midnight. Before we do that, we want to set up the basement. So if you go downstairs, you'll see the stuff we can place. You can copy how I place it, or you can pick your own method, but I'm placing the 3 main items we use, then the altar, then the pan, then the storage. So now we don't have to worry about swapping out anything. I kept the kettle upstairs because it's just as easy to go upstairs with water. So we're going to make the ember tincture, which requires the roasted fake cap, foxglove, and rock salt. We want to juice some green apples. That gets us a salty ember tincture. And that gets us some cider. We want to juice another green apple to get some more cider. This recipe has to be cooked at midnight because that's the requirements with tea with Tola. And they need to be sour, so that's why we want the cider. Once you get the second cider, we want to head to the left and then up these stairs. Interact with the mortar and then grind down some tea leaves. Then we want to get some water, put it in the kettle, and we can make this recipe now that it's nighttime. So you want the tea leaves, or the tea powder as it's called, and you want the apple cider. This will make a sour green tea. And then we just have to make a second one, so we gotta put some more water in. This is where I did some gardening. Again, you can copy it or not, choice is yours. So here's where we take some water and we put it into the pot. And this is where we put in the Fable Spark and Emperor's Bloom. This will make some sparkled soup, which meets the requirements. Then we want to leave. This is so we can get some more rice. So we get rice from this guy here. If you've done the mission where he disappears, you'll have to get it from one of the other sellers, and I'm not sure which seller sells it. Hence why I said at the start of this, don't do his mission. Once we've got our rice, we can grind it down. The Omar's rice. This will make rice flour. You need to grind down 2 because you need to make 2 of these. We do have to leave to go get some more ingredients, but this is just from the tea lady. So go up to the top here and fast travel to the tea shop. This recipe requires a lot of tea leaves, so that's why we have to go and get some more, because each one requires 3 but it's how we can pull off the requirements. So buy out all the tea again, and then we can leave. Head down to the bottom and travel back to our spot. Then we can head back inside, and now we can follow through with making the rice cake recipe. So you want to put in the rice flour, and then I choose Kenyan grapes. You can pick whatever you want, and then stuff it with tea. Kenyan grapes are the best to use because the tea will overpower it, but you need 3 of them to overpower it. So I do recommend Kenyan grapes, but you can try it with other fruits if you desire. This will make Kenyan rice cake, and as you can see it's delicate, just like she wants. Now we can make another one, and this will satisfy that request. And now that we got both of them, as you can see here, the Kenyan grapes are refreshing, so the delicate flavor of the tea takes 3 to beat them. We want to leave to the left and head up the elevator. Head to the left. Grab some more green apples from the princess. You can also grab some vegetables if you need them. And anything you need from here you can also grab while we're here. We want to head back down and to the right. Don't forget to smash the vases. We can head into the shop now. And then immediately leave because I realize there's something else we need. So we want to head to the lady that turned us into a cat via the altar. Buy the notes on flavor from her. And we want to buy the horn pepper. Buy both of them. Once we leave, we can head left. Don't forget to break the pot. Then we can take the altar back to our hub. Now we can head back into the shop for real this time, and we want to use the pestle mortar on some gold seed. We're going to be making the pizza. This is why we needed the horn pepper. We have to avoid spicy, but we need a horn pepper, so we're going to put a lot of things in to get rid of the spice. So we want to put the horn pepper in the oven, so that way we can roast it. So with the roasted horn pepper, the scarlet tomato, white long shoot, iron clove, and gold flour, this will make a pizza that's sweet. As you can see here, a sweet pizza, and it's 5 stars as well, so good on us. That's the ingredients right there, so you can see them for yourself. So now we have to make the greenhouse lunch. This needs to be something refreshing, include dried, include a flour, and be main dish. So we want to head down and use the dehydrator on the Emperor's Bloom to get a dried Emperor's Bloom. Then we want to take the oven and put a green finger in there because we want to roast the green finger. That'll get us a roasted green finger. We want to roast an all-pot squash. I'm checking on the dehydrator now. And now we have the dried Emperor's Bloom. And now we have a roasted squash as well. So we want to go to the pan for this one. Put in the dried Emperor's Bloom, the roasted green finger, the roasted squash, and then we can cook that in the pan. While we're doing that, we want to go to the altar, and we want to put the dandelions into the altar to get a charmed dandelion. This is for a future recipe, not for the current recipe. I just figured since it was next to us, we could get that done. This will make a refreshing vegetable scramble, which is a main dish and meets the requirements of the quest. Now we got the charmed dandelion, we can head back upstairs to the oven and we can roast a flatworm. This is for the proper restock. We need to include a roasted item, avoid vegetables, and include a rare item. We have to make 2 of these. So once you got the roasted flatworm, we want to roast another flatworm. So with the roasted flatworms, we want to include a mud shell, and this will complete this provision. It's the easiest one to make. It just requires a mushroom and a nut. Nutty battered roasted flatworm is what we get. It's also poisonous, but like I said, we're not eating it, so who cares? And once you've made the second one, that completes this order. As you can see here, roasted flatworm and mudshell. The flatworm is rare, so that meets the rare requirement. And we can move on to the next quest. We need to roast an item in the oven before we make this stew. Thankfully, we only have to make one. So retrieve your roasted timber shade, and then we can leave and go do some other stuff before we make it. We have to go to the trader. And we want to buy some all-pot squash, buy all 3 of them. Then we can use our power to get up to the right and go to the right side and back to the bakery. Then we want to go to the pot. And we want to put in the roasted timber shade, the all-pot squash, another all-pot squash, and then we can make that dish. We need 2 all-pot squashes in order to make it refreshing. As you can see here, a refreshing river farers stew, just like they wanted. So this is the Cassia quest. So we want to grind up some tea. This quest can be solved very simply because she doesn't want a potion. She wants us to avoid fruit, and she wants us to avoid it being a main dish. So we have to leave to go get some stuff again. So we want to travel again to the witch that turned us into a cat. Or gave us the ability to do that anyway. And we want to head to the right, just underneath her hut, into this area, so that we can grab the angel feet. While we're in this area, we can go over and get some Glisterberg as well. Can also get ourselves some iron clove. And with that we can leave. We can fast travel back to our shop. And now we can continue making that recipe we were making. You want to put water in the tea, and then you want to put the tea powder in, and some angel feet. This will make a green tea, and it avoids fruit, the potion, and the main dish, and it will also be floral once it's done. As you can see here, a floral green tea, which solves that request quite easily for us. So now we want to braid the wheat in the mortar for the you know the drill for alley quest. We've got to make golden bread and some marmalade. I've already shown you how to make marmalade, and I've shown you how to make golden bread, so this will be pretty easy. We want to get some gold seed and grind that up. And honey spark and grind that up. Then you want to put the gold flour with some salt. That'll make the golden bread. Here I was checking my garden and it had fully matured, so I went ahead and dealt with that. So here we want to grind down the honey spark. This is to get the sugar to make the marmalade. I had to farm my garden to get the honey spark, otherwise it was a trip to the bakery. But then you want to include the honey spark, and I'm going to use some moonberries. Thankfully there's no actual requirement on what marmalade you make, so you can use whatever fruit you decide. Combine that with the honey spark in the pot, and that'll make us the marmalade. Once we've gotten the marmalade, we can go down to the cutting board, and you can put the marmalade and the golden bread, when I find it, together. A nice simple recipe, really. This will make the golden jam sandwich. Mine came out sour, but I don't care. Then we can leave and head to the right. Use the altar of crows to travel down to where the frog area is. The aqua farmer huts. Smash the pots on the right before we go inside. And then we want to buy some amber algae. And then we can leave. Take the crow statue back to our main hub. This is where we want to go to the oven and put the amber algae in so we can get roasted algae, because with this recipe we have to include something roasted. We're going to be making sea skewers, and they need to be of a floral taste. So once you've got the roasted algae, head to the pan, and then we want to put in the iron clove, the roasted algae, sea chives, and garlic. This will make the floral sea skewer that we were after. As you can see here. And then we can leave to the right. Be careful falling down again. Make sure to get the jars. Then we want to head into the bakery and talk to the baker. We want to buy some hazel and some Fable Spark. Grab the moonberries. And we can talk to this lass. She wants the ember tincture that we made earlier, so we can hand that over finally. She'll teach us how to make ember brew, and we'll also get some shadow blade. So make sure to pick that up. From here we want to head to the right, back to our place. We want to grind down the honey spark sugar. And then we want to take that to the oven. We want to put in the honey spark sugar, the moonberries, the Fable Spark, and the hazel. This will make the fabled kisses, and it avoids it being sour for Colo. As you can see here, it made sweet fabled kisses, and those were the requirements, that it not be sour. So now we want to put water in the pot, and we're going to make a clean mind. So you want some lime knot and some sour fruit zest. Very easy recipe. We're just making soup that's sour, so we put in 2 sour ingredients, and it'll come out nice and soury for her. As you can see here, beginner's broth, and it's really sour. So then we want to leave again, and we're going to head to the right, and we're going to take the fountain to the right here where the cat picture is. And we're going to hand over this sour fruit soup we just made, the beginner's broth. And now we can accept the next quest from her. And then we can go up here to accept the quest from this lady. You might need to talk to her twice. Once we accept the quest, we can go back to the fountain, and then we can head back to our base. Then we want to go inside. I realized I missed an ingredient, so we want to leave straight away. Head right. And we're going to head down. Don't forget to smash the pots on your way. Into the bakery. Here we're going to buy some gold seed, because that's what I was out of. And we can smash the pots down here when it lets me go down. Head to the left. And then to the right. And we want to go up the escalator thing. Don't forget to smash the pots. And we want to go to the left. And up the elevator. And you want to go up to the top floor of the elevator. And head to the right. You want to head to the spice trader. Don't forget to smash the pots before we go in. We want to buy the Vigor bark. The white pepper. And then we can leave. Again, smash the pots on our way out. And then we can go down the elevator. And to the left. Ask Elliot about marmalade. And then we can ask her about the other 2 princesses. Now we can talk to her and get another mission. Basically, we're going to show her that what she's selling can be really nice. We want to head right, and then down the elevator, and then right again. In the tea shop, we want to ask about dragons. And then we can trade with her. We want to grab the dragon sage. Some shadow blade. So here we need to grind up the gold seed. This will get us gold flour. Then we can go to the oven, put the gold flour in with some rock salt. This will make golden bread. Because she wants baked good and only rare, we can't cook normal bread. We have to make it golden since it's rare. Put the golden bread in with some white pepper and the ground kernel. All three items are rare. This will make a spicy flavored flatbread. As you can see, the ground kernel was to fit the ground objective, and the rest of the items made the actual dish. So we want to head to the juicer and put the mud shell in. We need to include a juiced item in this recipe and the tortured spine, which we had already pre-bought, just like the golden jar. Once we've got the mud shell, we can head to the pot and put some water in it, and we can put in the mud shell milk, the gobble blend, the tortured spine, and this will make a beginner's broth. Which fits the requirements because it needs to be an insipid soup. And as you can see here, a beginner's broth that is insipid. And it also has a juiced item in it. So that meets the requirements. We can now leave, as we have to go get a few more things. So take the fountain to the witch's hut on the left, where Cassia's hut is. Want to head left and smash the vases. And then we can use our broom when it lets us, because it's locked the jump, to head across the screen. Want to fall down carefully. Almost missed the landing myself. We want to head up. To the right. And we want to fall down and turn into a cat so we can go through. Then we can go up to the spice trader. We want to buy some sour fruit zest. And then we can leave. Take the elevator down and then head right. I mean, take it all the way down. And then head right. Want to head right here. And go back inside. Now with the juicer, we want to juice a green apple. While that's happening, we're just waiting for it. This will give us some more cider, so we want to go to the oven and we want to put in the rock salt and wheat flour to make some bread. The delicious fruit from Alba requires a little bit of prep work because she wants 4 stars, something juiced, fruit, and sour fruit zest. So once we've got the bread, I went out to check my garden, and as you can see, everything's fully matured. So I could grab some of the items that I planted, and I'll be able to use them in the future recipes. So here we want to grind up some honey spark. This will get us honey spark sugar, and then we can leave and go get some more ingredients. We want to head to the right. And then down, collecting the jars as we go, to the bakery. Buy some gold seed. I'm going to buy all of it, and some rock salt. I'm going to buy 5 rock salts. Also pick up a fable spark. It's been a while since we bought rock salt, so I had to go and get some anyway. Then we can go back the way we came, collecting the jars as we go. Don't forget, if you want the other ones from the sewer, to go and get those before you do this part. And now we can go back inside and continue making our recipe. So we want to grind up the gold flour, or the gold seed, sorry. And then we can put it all together. So we want the gold flour, the rock salt to make some bread. That'll get us the golden bread, and from there we can put the cider, the sour fruit zest, cloudberries, a second lot of cloudberries, and put all that together to make the fruit for Alma. The golden bread is for something else, but I like to try and do all the recipes at once, so... Once that's done, you'll get a 4.5-star fruit snack that's sour, which meets the requirements of Alba's delicious fruit, because we needed it to be at least 4 stars. So once we've done that, we can leave. And we want to talk to Skaule and deliver the fabled kisses. That's them right there. Now we can head to the right. And interact with the fountain and go to the spot with the cat face again. Talk to this person to deliver the flavored flatbread we made for them. And then we want to deliver the dish to this girl as well, that we made for them. This is the beginner's broth that's insipid with the tortured spine. She actually pays a fair bit for it. I'm pretty happy with the amount of beads we got for that. 445 is a pretty good amount. So she wants us to read the book on our right here, so read that book, and it'll give us a recipe for the dragon vial. We've already been buying up the ingredients for that, so now we can take the fountain back to our place. And then we can use the crow fast travel to head to the tea shop. When we talk to her, we want to deliver the delicate rice cakes we made. So the canyon rice cake. want to buy some more tea. Again, buy all of it. And then we can leave. Take the fast travel. And we want to go over to the castle here on the left. Now I want to fall down and talk to the Stargazer. And we want to deliver the tea we made, which is the sour green tea that was made at midnight. This will get us the cartographer's map. It'll also get us the astro palette. Talk to her again and ask her about the night sky. This will get you an item. We're not going to use it, but I just wanted to show you that you can get it. The star powder. It's a relic. We don't need to use it because you don't need to use relics, thankfully. It's still a pain we have to use every item once in this game, but at least we don't have to use all the relics. We want to head down to the bottom where the frogs are. The aquafarmer huts. And every time you see me do that, it's because the jump button isn't working. This area is really bad for it. So we want to deliver the sea skewers that we made, or the sea skewer that we made, because we only made one. And she'll be quite happy with that. And that's Mortimer done for quest. We don't have to go back to Mortimer, just to the shop if we need anything. And then we want to go to this princess and we want to deliver the sandwich we made with the marmalade. So the golden jam sandwich. She takes off, so we can take off ourselves by going up and heading to the right. We want to head left, collecting the vases and the beads. Then we want to head back right. Then we take the fountain to the top of the palace gardens, and we can deliver the pizza to the princess. This will get you an achievement. Then we want to take the fountain to Cassia's hut, and then we want to fall down and go inside Cassia's hut. This is where we can deliver our meal to her, which is the tea we made. the green tea with the angel feet. Then we want to exit, and we can head back up. Unfortunately, this game wasn't designed where you could use the witch's broom to go right and activate at that point. It has to be at the point where we are up here and do it. Otherwise, I would have used the witch's broom after we left Cassia's hut. But, small detail. Want to fall down carefully, again trying to miss not actually falling completely, and collect the vases. Then we want to go up. And to the right. And then we can talk to the princess here to get another mission. Now we can deliver the magical stuff item that we've been holding on to as well, which is the sparkled soup. And then we can head to the right. And we can head down to the library. And lo and behold, the woman is here. So we're going to talk to her. And she's going to give us a quest for an item we made ages ago that I wanted to save time making. And so we can deliver it straight away. It's the moon burger. And in case you didn't make it, that's the ingredients. Remember, it has to be made at night. So we can deliver the moon burger. And it's worth it because of the amount of beads we also get. And we can head to the left. And down the elevator. And down it again. And to the right. Head into the shop. And we can talk with her. And then she will open the shop up on us. And we can leave. We want to go up this way. Use your power to go up here. And then we want to head to the left. We want to drop down here and collect the trinket box. It's right here. Then you want to fall off. And we'll start here. You want to use the witch's broom to go across. And once you get to right to the edge, just here, jump off. And you'll find the other trinket box, which gives you the mushroom skewers. Then we can use the power to go back up, and we can open this door. We hadn't been that way before, so I was waiting till now to do it, because it's not really a useful way to go. We want to head left. Remembering to break the visas as we go. You can break the ones on the right as well before you go in here. Choice is yours. But we want to head left. And we want to talk to this guy. And we want to deliver the nutty, battered, roasted provision. He'll be happy with that, and we'll get a new quest. This time he just wants any kind of provision, but he wants 4 of them. But we also get the Riverfarer pallet. We also want to deliver this guy's stew. Once we do that, we should get another quest off him, and this will give us an ancient cap. He's generous and gives us 2, which is great because we actually want to make this twice. Now we can leave. Collect the vases. For some reason I was having trouble. But it happens, I must have been tired. Head to the right. Down the elevator. And to the right. As you can see, we can't use the broom. It's really unfortunate. It would have been very handy to be able to just hold in, do the broom, and not have to walk. But now we can head into the shop, and we can make a few recipes. So we want the dragon cherry, the dragon lily, the dragon sage, and the dragon shield, because we're going to be making the dragon vial. You have to make this at night, but the requirements to make the potion take a little bit of time, so you want to use the juicer on the dragon cherry, and on the dragon lily you want to use the dryer. Then you want to grind down the dragon sage. Thankfully the mortar one doesn't take too long, it's got a good timer, so we can get the dragon sage powder straight away. And then we want to go to the oven after we've checked on the other 2. And we want to put the dragon shield in the oven to roast the dragon shield. While that's roasting, the juicer should be done. Or close enough. And the roasted dragon shield is done. Now that's all that's left is the dried dragon lily. While that's happening, I'm going to drain some grey pit because we need that for a different potion, and grab out the dried dragon lily now that it's finished. So with the dragon vial, you want to put water into a cauldron, and then you want to put in the dragon berry juice, the dragon sage powder, the dragon lily, and the roasted dragon shield. This will make a dragon vial, and this will be sped up because potions take a while. Grey pit milk is something we need for the next potion, but we can't do anything with that right now, but we did want to collect it. As you can see, that will get you a 5-star dragon vial potion, and those were the ingredients in case you needed the list again and what to do with them. So now we need to roast the ancient cap, as we're going to make the dragon lure. We're going to make 2 of these. He gave us 2 dragon caps, and if we make a second one, it'll save us some time. So we will be milking a second grey pit, and we will be using another ingredient that's foul that we've held on to for a while now to make the second one. But for now we'll focus on the first one. So put water in, the canyon grapes, the grey pit milk, a roasted ancient cap, and wild vine. This again has to be made at midnight. This will make a foul dragon lure, which fits the requirements. If you need to look at the ingredients, they're right there. So we want to juice another grey pit, and you want to get out the droop fruit. It's a foul fruit that meets 2 requirements. And we want to roast the ancient cap as well. I fast forwarded this because we didn't need to see us making it twice too much. And with the grey pet milk, the roasted ancient cap, and it being nighttime, we can put water into the cauldron, and we can put the marine droop with those 2 items to make another dragon lure. This will save us having to make one later for another quest. Both are foul and meet the requirements, so if you accidentally pick the other one, it doesn't matter. Now we want to roast some white long shoots, because we're going to be making the provision. You need a fair few long shoots for this mission and the next mission, because they're very handy for this. Once you've gotten your roasted long shoots, I accidentally only made 3, so I do have to roast another one. You want to put a spice in with them. So in this case, the coast poppy works. This is one of those chances where we can use a bunch of different spices and knock them off our list of used items. And that'll make the bottled long shoot stew, which fits the requirements of a provision. So you want to put another roasted long shoot in, and this time Fable Spark, as that's a spice as well. Any spice will do, you don't really need to copy my spices. If you decide not to use Fable Spark, for example. I would recommend using the garlic and the vigor bark though. Now, as you see, I went to make the 4th one and realized I hadn't roasted the long shoot. So we will roast the last long shoot we need to for this quest. And with that, we can put it in the pot with the garlic. And with that, we get our last bottled long shoot. And this one was creamy because I used a roasted long shoot. And these are and I used garlic, as you can see. And creamy beats spicy. But those were the last 4 we needed to make, so now we need to go somewhere to get some ingredients. We want to head left and down. I want to jump up and head down. The mud shell hasn't spawned back yet. And as you can see, there's no bells around. I thought there might be, at least here. So you can't even ring any bells to make it spawn. So I just waited for it to respawn, and then I cut to when it respawned. We want to head left, collect the vases, and back right. Then we can head into the kitchen. As you can see, for this one we need to dry 3 white long shoots. It's easier to do that because she wants white long shoots in it anyway, so you can knock out 2 with 1 stone. While that's happening, we can grind down some timber moss. This will get us moss powder. You want to grind down 3 of them. And this is the dried long shoot, and of course you have to dry 3 of them. While that was happening, I did some gardening. So again, if you want to copy me with what I'm gardening, feel free, I've left it in. And that's the second dried long shoot. Back to gardening. Like I said, I was doing that while I was waiting. It takes a long time. With that done, as you can see, it didn't even go up that far. So let's cut to when it did. And that's out that dried long shoot. So now we can leave with the 3 long shoots because we do need to go get some more ingredients. But we wanted to get that done because it takes so damn long. Don't forget to smash the vases for the beads. And we can head into the bakery. And we can trade with the baker. We can buy some hazel. Buy all 3. That'll be good for this ingredient. For this recipe, sorry. Grab the moonberries. That's the spot you can fall down to make the items respawn. This also gets you shadow blade, so grab that. And don't forget to smash the vases down here. With that, we can now return back to our shop the way we came. In the oven, you want to put braided wheat, dried long shoot, hazel, and moss powder. Hazel's a nut, so that's why I'm showing it. If you want to use hazel instead of mud shell. Mud shell is also a nut. That's why we went and got that. Make sure it's a dried long shoot you use and not just a normal one, because we need to include a dried item, and that's why we dried those 3. And as you can see, that's a smoked long shoot pack. And we want dried long shoot, braided wheat, moss powder, and mud shell, just to show you it can be made with the mud shell as well. That's why we went and got that, so that way you can do it with either mud shell or hazel, depending on what you choose. And as you can see, that gives us another smoked long shoot pack. So again, dried long shoot, hazel, braided wheat, and moss powder. And this will fit the requirements for the snacks for the journey quest. And now we can start the next one, which is Flying Princess. We want to take the moonberries and put them in the juicer. For this one, we need to make it sour, include a flower, and 3 stars. We're going to be including moonberry juice as our juiced item. So we want to go to the mortar and pestle and use gold seed. We want some cloudberries, a faded crown, golden bread, gold flour, and moonberry juice. So if you only have 1 gold flour, you'll have to go to the bakery to buy a second and make some golden bread, because you need 2. You need the golden bread and the gold flour. This will get you a cloud pie with 3.5 stars, so it meets the requirement because it's sour as well. As you can see there, you've got the moonberry juice. So now we can leave and head up to the left. Don't forget to smash the pots on the way. And we can head inside the shop, the braided petal. We can buy the wild vine, buy it all. And then we can leave. Again, smashing the pots on our way out. We want to head right into the shop. Here we want to blend glister barb, pickled petals, thornberry and wild vine into the cauldron during the daytime. We don't want this one during the night. This is to meet the potions for our let quest. So you want to make this one during the day. It'll get you a 3-star Wanderer's blend that fits the requirement with the pickled petals, thornberry, wild vine and glister barb. You should have the pickled petals from when I told you to save them, when we got them pretty much at the start of the game. So we want to use the fountain and we want to head to the church. Make sure to dispatch the vases. And we want to head left and then up and into the church once we smash the vases before we enter. We can talk to her and deliver the potion, which is the Wanderer's Blend. She'll give us a new quest. Don't forget to break the bars on your way out, and then the ones that respawn. We want to fall down, so that way we get spawned here. We want to head to the right. And now we can deliver the fruit snack. For the trouble, this one gives you 15 beads is an insult. Really should have been way more. We want to head up. Now we want to talk to the princess here and deliver. And we want to deliver the moonberry pie. This will meet the requirements. And we can take the elevator back down. And down again. Then we can head to the right. Don't forget to smash the vases and head to the right. We want to use the fountain to travel to the palace. And then we want to talk to Ellie, who's now at the palace, and she'll give us a new quest. While we're here, we can go into the Royal Conservatory, and we can pick up a few things if we want. She sells items there. This is when Shopper popped for me, which should have popped way earlier, but it is what it is. So here we can deliver the quest. As you can see, I still have her herbs quest, which I shouldn't have, because you've already done that. But for some reason mine glitched, and even though I didn't do it because I made the wrong item, it continued the quest. So I gotta leave and then come back. and give it a new, this is the one we wanted, greenhouse lunch that you should have and be up to. And with that should be your 50th order. Yours might have popped sooner. But she'll give us another quest now, and this is greenhouse tea. So we've got to avoid flour, avoid bitter, include a dried item. So we want to take the fountain to the church again. And then we want to go and fall down. And then we can go into this room where we can go talk to Skaule and deliver the item she wants. Hers are the smoked long shoot, not the bottled long shoot. And with that she's happy. So we can move to the left and talk to the other guy, and we can give him the bottled long shoot packs. Once all four are delivered, he'll be happy. And then we can talk to this guy here and deliver the dragon lore. You want the one at the top. Like I said, it doesn't really matter which one you do, but either way you'll get an achievement for that. And that's for finishing the orders of the 3 masters. So congratulations. If you need another ancient cap, you can ask him about them. Just in case you wasted yours, destroyed yours, failed the meal somehow. If you ask him about ancient caps, he will give you more, which is great because in other quests they make you pay for items. But here we can have the conversation with the guy, and he'll find out all you want to transport. And as you can see, everyone's now moved to the docks. We're not done yet, so we can't move to the docks. Don't forget to grab the pots. Then we can head to the right. Grab the flatworm. And then we can fall down to the left here and go to the right. Then we're going to fall down to the left again. And the fake cap hasn't respawned, so moving on. Want to head to the left and into the shop. So for the pain relief tea, we need to grind down some Abyssvine. And that'll get us Abyssvine powder. Then we can take some water. And we can put in the Abyssvine powder and the charmed dandelions that we made earlier. Those we made to save us time. This will get you a Misty Charm Dandelion Tea, and it needs to be made at night. I can't stress that enough. For that order to work, it needs to be made at night. As you can see, the nighttime symbol. For this next order, we got to avoid dried. I said we need a dried item, so that's good. I'm going to grind down 2 tea powders. This order is actually very easy. Then we want to put some water into the kettle. And then we could put our 2 tea powders together to get ourselves some green tea. You could probably do 1, but I like to do 2. It'll get you a delicate green tea. And for this next order we need the pan, and you want to do pearl peas, scarlet tomato, shadow blade, and vigor bark. We're only allowed to use exotic. It has to be sweet and a main dish, so this is the perfect way to pull it off. This will get you a vegetable scramble that's sweet and 4 stars. Now we have to leave to get some ingredients because we need to make some wither elixirs. Wither elixirs aren't needed for a quest. What they're needed for is to make money, and in my opinion are the best item to make money and the easiest. So we can go to this shop and we can talk to her because for some reason she wants to talk to us. And then we can trade with her and buy Wildvine. Sadly it's out of stock right now because I already bought it, but that's one of the ingredients, the vine powder. And then we just need a poisonous item and a spicy item, and there's a ton of locations with those items, or you can visit the shopkeeper. We want to use the broom here and get the jade pellet. That is one of the ones we were missing, so we can take advantage of that while we're getting the wild powder. The vine powder, sorry. So for poisonous and spicy items, there's a few locations we can go to. One of the locations is just near the Palace Gardens. And we want to deliver the vegetable scramble. And then we want to head left. And we can deliver the tea that we made. This is just the green tea with tea powder. The reason I like to put 2 in is because that's what you look for, and it doesn't get confusing and you give someone the wrong tea. So you can buy flowers from her. We want to buy some foxglove because it's poisonous, and you can buy some twistleblade, which is spicy. It's not convenient to buy from her for the wither elixir, but if you were desperate, that would be something you could use. Because she only lets you buy 1, unfortunately. I would have liked if they let you buy more than 1 with some of the items, but I understand why they did it. So we want to go to the church. This is one of the better areas. But first we want to deliver the tea we made for her. As you can see here, we'll make the Misty Charm tea, and that will satisfy the requirements of this quest. We want to head over to the right, and the flatworms is the best spot for the poisonous items. As you can see, they're not back yet here, so all three of them spawn there. The best way to make them respawn is to hit the bells here. I've gone ahead and cut to when they actually did spawn. And this will give you 3 poisonous items each time, so it's a very handy spot if we're not relying on buying stuff for the ingredients. It's very important I show you these things because you'll be making a lot of wither elixirs to make 2,000 worth to sell, and they sell for about 100 to 200 beads, so they're a very good item to sell. We want to head to the right and fall down, turn into our cat form and go across. Head to the right. Actually, we'll go down and to the right. We want to go into this shop here, and we'll talk to the lady here because we've got enough, and we'll trade with her, and we'll buy the upgrade, and then we'll buy the outfit as well. We can't afford the storage yet, so we don't want to buy that anyway. But that'll get you 2 achievements for acquiring all the outfit pallets and all the upgrades. And with that we can leave. We can head to the right, collecting the beads from the vases, and then back to the left. With the trader, we want to buy a Simborn melon. And with this guy here, we can actually buy some spicy stuff from him too, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, we can't. He doesn't sell anything spicy. Well, that's rude. We want to head to the left after we've smashed some of these vases. Then we want to head to the left again. We want to talk to this guy, which will give us another quest. Once we leave, the witch will talk to us. This witch is the one that actually gives you the quest, but he's the activator for it. Then we can head down. Try and land here so we can go across. Remember, the More Blossom is down here if you need it. We do need one for a recipe. That's why we went and picked it up early. You want to use the fast travel point to go back to our base. And from there we want to use the fast travel point to go to the witch. This is the most important part of making the potions for money. I want to explain that it can be done just by buying items if you choose to do it that way. So we can go into her shop and we can buy once we're done talking to her. And as you can see here, when we go across, We can buy poison mushrooms from her, and we can also buy spicy items from her, so it makes doing the ingredients much quicker and faster depending on your method. You can also do it with your garden, because you could plant the spicy horn peppers and then harvest them. Whichever method you decide, the wither potion is still the best way. So we want to take the crow statue and we want to head to our home base again. We want to head left. And then when it'll let me, because it's locked the jump again, you want to head up, smashing the pots and into the braided petal, and we can trade with her to get some more wild vine. You can also plant wild vine, so again you could plant horn pepper and wild vine if you wanted towards the end of the game, so that way you've got 2 of the 3 ingredients, and then you could just farm poisonous mushrooms. So we want to grind down the wild vine. This will get you vine powder. I have 6 wild vines from my garden and from buying them from the shop. And you want to grind down all the wild vine you have. Now we can leave the shop and take the fountain to the church. We want to head to the right once we climbed up. And then we want to head right. And up to the right again. Want to head left and open the door. This is very important before we start selling stuff. So you want to talk to the librarian and you want to buy everything in his shop that costs beads. This is why we didn't buy the deed for the store yet, because we wanted to buy all that. This allows us to sell more in our shop, sell longer in our shop, and sell for more in our shop. All handy things to have before you start selling. Then we can head up to the spice trader. Don't forget to smash the pots to get the beads before we go in. You can trade with them. And you can buy anything if you need anything. Thankfully we didn't need anything, so I didn't actually buy anything. Then we want to head down the elevator twice. And to the right. Smashing the pots and into the shop. talk to Hedgie if we like. I don't know if it's necessary, but it might be in order to activate the next part. But once it's midnight, we can start making our potions. So you want to throw in Crescent Shell, Flatworm, Foxglove, whichever, and Horn Pepper, and Vine Powder. I'm also throwing in a few extra items because they're ones we haven't used in a recipe, so make sure you copy those. Some of them we have used in a recipe, but I couldn't remember because I did note down everything, but of course, as human error is, you make a few mistakes, so better to be safe than sorry. This is a good way to add extra ingredients without it screwing up the thing, as long as you put in a poison object, a hot object, and the vine powder. You can throw in anything extra, like the Semborn melon, as you saw. We're going to be making a few of these because we want to sell them during the daytime. This is why this is the perfect strategy. During the daytime we can wait till everything's sold, then go gather ingredients, and then during the nighttime we can make them, and then rinse repeat. You should only have to do this twice though. As you can see, Twilight Thistle will also work instead of a Horn Pepper. That's why I showed you where you can buy some. You can also pick it up from certain areas that you've seen me do throughout this run. So before it turns daytime, we're going to pick up a couple of extra ingredients. Because I was going through my list while we were making those, just to try and see if I missed anything else. And we want to buy the hemlock root. And then head right. I didn't mean to go in the shop, it's just habit. So we want to go down to the witch with the poisonous mushrooms and hot peppers for sale. And we want to buy some more of her. We want to buy a dough cap as well, don't forget to buy that. But we want to buy some more of her poisonous stuff and more of her hot stuff. I wanted to try and make some more before it was daytime. We can head back to the main hub now. And then we can enter the shop. And this is where we can continue making them. You want to put in the crescent shell, the dough cap, and the Horton pepper, and the vine powder. As long as it has a vine powder, poisonous, and hot object, you've got room for one more object. So we want to make another one. This time we want to put in vine powder, the hemlock root, a flatworm, and a horn pepper. Also went out and got some pearl peas because I don't remember using those from my storage container. Like I said, I wrote down a list, but a couple of the things I didn't write down, so it made me unsure if I'd use them or not. Because we have to use one of every object, and annoyingly they didn't include a checklist. It would have been much appreciated if you're going to make an achievement like that to include a checklist. So I was just making sure I did everything so we didn't miss that achievement. So for this one we want the pearl peas that I was discussing, the flatworm, the twilight thistle, and the vine powder. This will be our last potion of the night since we're out of vine powder. And as you can see, that actually made a 5-star potion, which is kind of cool. But these are all the ingredients in the wither elixirs, as you can see. That way you could pause if you needed to and copy exactly what I put in them. I only went through it quickly because we have to still take advantage of the night. We want to head to here. This is where the more blossom will appear. Make sure you have one of those, because we need it for our recipe. I just wanted to show you where it is while it spawned. I already have one from picking it up earlier, but just in case you used it or don't have it, I wanted to show you where it was. So with that, we can grind up some gold seed. This will give us gold flour. Then we want to roast the fish, the river fish that I told you to hold on to. Just like the pickled petals that we held on to for so long. This will give us a roasted fish. And with this we want to put in the more blossom, the timber shade, a second timber shade, the roasted fish, and a gold flour. This will make an earthy dish used with the fish. I left the stat things on for the last mission, so that way you could actually see it makes it earthy. While that's happening, you can open the sales window, and then you can put your wither elixirs up for sale. I always throw them up for about 5% to 10% more than they're worth, no matter what. And so you can make 160 to 250 depending on the potion stats. Some you can make a little bit more, some you make a little bit less. It just depends. But with all of them, we can now take out our steamed mushrooms. And this will get you the achievement for using every item variety star at least once, excluding the relic items, of course. And that is the ingredients there, so you can copy them if you need to. And now we just have to wait for our items to sell. Again, this is what's in our items that we're selling, just in case you needed to copy what I did put in them. You want to hold on to the dragon lore and the steamed mushrooms. Those two are items we need, so do not sell them. I repeat, do not sell those two. And once everything is sold, we can head out and go get some more ingredients to make some more wither elixirs. Like I said, it's the easiest thing to make and sells for the most, depending on what you put in it. We get the wild vine from here, and then we can get the poisonous mushrooms from either the wild or the shopkeeper, and the horn pepper we can get from her or our garden. You can also use twilight thistle, but either way, you want to grind down some wild vine. This time we're going to make 3 because we could only get 3 and I'm not going to bother gardening. We should only need 3 anyway. It should be very close to the amount for selling. Once we grinded up our wild vine, we can go and get the other ingredients we need. I always figure that's easier, but you might want to get the ingredients first. Choice is yours. I'm just showing you. We can also deliver the dish while we're here for the steamed mushrooms. This should get you the achievement for finding a way past the guy. It's a storyline related achievement, so we had to hand it in anyway. She'll give you a new quest, but I'm only going to do it to pass time. While we sell stuff, you may as well. We need to go back to our shop. Now it's night time, so we can make some more wither potions. You want flatworm, onion, and wild vine. Onion is a spicy, so we can use onion instead of horn pepper if you have any onions. So with that being made, I'm going to cut so you don't have to watch me make all the wither elixirs, but remember to put them up for sale as soon as you can. You should be able to put them up for sale early, like at my time, because you bought the upgrades. And while we're waiting for them to sell, we can do the recipe that she wanted. We want to roast some garlic. This will get us some extra beads as well, which is helpful for buying the deed for the house. So that'll get us roasted garlic. Then we can head down. This is for another recipe, so just ignore it, but snail nut makes snail nut milk if you use it in the juicer. We want to use the pan for this recipe and put in the roasted garlic, the white long shoot, and white pepper. Again, the other recipe that I'm making is for her mission after this mission, but we ran out of time for that one, so I wasn't too worried about it. But I still included how to do it in case you wanted to do it. You need to make 2 of them as well for that next mission. I only made 1. But this will make the long shoot stir fry, which fits the mission we're currently doing. So for this one, you want 2 vigor barks to enchant a vigor bark. And you need to do this twice. Like I said, I didn't know that I had to do it twice, so I only made the 1. And this will get you snail nut milk and enchanted vigor bark, which is part of the recipe for the next thing. Like I said, I figured I'd include them in case you wanted to make 2. Vigor bark can be bought at the spice trader, and snail nuts easy enough to find. As I was making the rest of the recipe with the pine needles and the iron clave, the 2000 achievement popped. With those ingredients, that makes void milk. I figured I would continue to make this even though I only made the one, so that way if the person watching wanted to make it and make two and get a little bit of extra beads, they can. Once that brew is finished making, you'll get void milk, and then we can go upstairs once we get some water and take it to the kettle. You want to include the bewitched figure bark and void milk, and this will give you the Umbria tea. You need 2 of these for the next quest. Can't stress that enough because I only made 1. As you can see here, Umbria void milk tea. With that, we can leave. We will be back to the shop for one last achievement, but as you can see, I sold 3 of the 4 wither elixirs, and that was enough for the 2,000. You might have to sell the 4, because I made a couple of meals that I stuffed up on and sold those as well, but they weren't worth much, so I don't think it added that much to it. Here we can deliver the dish that we made for her, the long shoot stir fry. And as you can see here, she then asks us to make the Umbria tea. Again, I thought it was 1 she needed, but she wanted 2, so I didn't get the reward. It'll be an extra about 300 beads if you decide to make it. But with that, we can head left. And then we can fast travel to the home base. And from here we can take the fountain to the plaza, the Western Plaza, and we can go into the shop we haven't gone into for a long time. His items are very useless, that's why we didn't buy any of the others. We want the compost, and then you want all the platforms. There's 4 that we've got to buy. I keep hitting talk instead of trade. It's quite annoying. Sorry, there's 3 store platforms. I thought there was 4. But with that, and his shop being completely sold out, we can continue on. It's annoying when games make you buy everything. Especially when you don't need to use everything. But we want to head to the church and fall down. I kept landing on the platforms this time. Collect the vases, because we still do need beads. And we want to head to the right. We're going to be buying the shop deed, and you need 4,490 beads. So I'm just slightly short, I'm pretty sure. I'll check inside in a sec to see the actual price. Yeah, 4,499 beads. So I was 9 off the price I said. But that's easy enough to get. We just have to go outside, smash the vases, and then when we're done, go back inside and back outside. I'm going to cut to having the money, so that way you don't have to watch me smash vases for a couple of, well, for probably a minute. But I will show you the base locations, which are all there. And then once you've got the money, I've got the money exactly the amount they need. I thought that was great. Not a bead over. You can buy the store deed. And this will get you the final achievement, Collector. So we've acquired every keepsake, we've used every item, we've gardened every item. Oh man, congrats on getting through all that. And now we can finish the game. So we want to head to the left. And we want to go down. And then to the right. Like I said, there's one more thing we have to do in the kitchen. And it won't take too long. I smashed the pots out of habit. So it's easier if we edit and have the kettle brought down where the cauldron is. I'm going to bring it even closer and take away the pot, because all we need is the kettle for this achievement. So we want to get out our honey spark can be used, wheat can be used. So either those, and you want 5 of them. Technically you want 4 because we made sludge. And then you just want to put water in the kettle and the braided wheat or the honey spark, and this will create failed tea and count as a failed item. I figured it's the quickest way to get this achievement because the kettle doesn't take too long, but I still fast forwarded it. As you can see, that's the failed tea, so we can just repeat until the achievement unlocks. This time I've gone through and done ×4 just so that we can get to the achievement popping, so you don't have to watch it be too slow since it's only a failed item I'm making, not anything important. But with that, your achievement should pop. How does this even work? And we can put the honey spark away. Once we've found Hedge, we want to talk to him. That's what I was looking for. Going through the door and back out respawns him, so he can be easier to find. Once you talk to him, you'll have the option to give him an item. Give him the dragon lure. Once we give him the dragon lure, that's every quest, minus a couple that we ignored, done. And we can head to the docks. The easiest way is to travel to the church and then fall down. And once we go over here, we want to hit the switch. And then we want to talk to this guy. Then we can just drop down. It's a little trick. You don't have to actually wait on the platform. Push down and A and go to the left, and that'll activate the end sequence. Then we can chat to him on the boat. Then we can chat to Skaule. Then we can chat to him again. This is to progress. So again, chat to Skaule. And chat to him. This will spawn us in the dragon area. So we can head to the right, taking Hedgie to his dragon mother. And with that, the game is finished. So congratulations. If you hold in A, I think it is, you can speed through the credits. Now I had a bug happen here that I'll explain in a minute. So when I got to this part here, it didn't want to fix itself up or continue. So the way to fix that is to quit the game and relaunch it. It's a bit of an annoying fix because it means you have to do the walk over to Hedgie's mother again and scroll through the credits, which I've cut to. But once you've done that, it should move on like it's supposed to. And then pop your last achievement, Goodbye Forever, for bringing Hedgie to their mother. And with that, you've now finished the game. So congratulations, and congratulations on your 1000 G. Please remember to like and subscribe. Thank you.